Please, hello, please. Registration is still ongoing. If you have not registered, please, you can get to the registration desk for the due registration process. Good morning, please. Oh, please, I can't hear your voices. Please, good morning.
Good morning.
Please, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you so much. Most welcome to the second day of the 15th CEDREC conference. You are most welcome. Please, I want to begin the program with the opening prayer by Professor Florence, Reverend Sister.
Please, may we be upstanding as we pray. We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord God, Heavenly King, we thank you for this faithful morning. We thank you for how you have brought all of us here, health and sound. We thank you for the benefits we enjoyed yesterday, the good weather, good meal. We thank you for all the presentations, the successful completion of yesterday. It was your doing. We do not want to take your blessings for granted. Accept all our thanks in Jesus' name. Today we have come again. Lord, give us the grace to be able to participate fully, not to be distracted by anything. We ask that you continue to strengthen our collaboration. Give us the intellectual curiosity that started yesterday. May it continue. Enable us with fresh wine, even in our education, that we will be challenged to solve the problems and the challenges of our day, of our time, of this generation, so that every glory, honor, and adoration will be yours, and we shall be blessed. We ask that all the presenters today will receive confidence from you, clarity of thought, and they will be committed to making this conference as a body a greater body, to the glory of your holy name, for we ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In your Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you so much, Reverend Professor Florence, for giving us the opening prayer. Please, we need to, before I continue, we need to acknowledge the dignitaries among us. If you please indulge me. We want to please acknowledge Professor Lawrence Atipu. He is the chairman of the scientific committee and the chairman of the occasion. So please, can we acknowledge him? We also want to acknowledge Professor Olatokunbo. Professor, you're most welcome, please. Then Professor, Reverend Sister Professor Florence, please. Can we acknowledge Reverend Sister Professor Florence? Then Professor Amponsan from Eugene, please. Can you rise for us to acknowledge you, please? You are most welcome, Professor Amponsan. Then Professor Bello Sokoto from Nigeria, please. Can we please once again acknowledge Professor Sokoto from Nigeria? Then Dr. Justina, please, if you can rise for us to acknowledge your presence. Thank you so much, Dr. Justina. Okay. So it's only fair and proper to please respectfully introduce the chairman for the occasion. Is in the person of Professor Lawrence Atepo before he gives us his remarks. Okay, so Professor, please, if you can kindly give us your remarks for today before we continue the program. Thank you. Because it gives.
Chairing this section.
So just say something.
Okay.
Just a simple remarks.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. We are all welcome to our second day of this conference. Well, yesterday, I guess, was a bit hectic. We are sorry. We couldn't start early and we had to close that late. Hopefully, today we will be closing a bit early so that those of us who want to have time to look around can do that. Yeah, today's we have going to have a presentation and then questions and answer time. But before then, there's going to be a special, presentation by students from UG. So, my fellow students, I always say I'm still a student because we are all still learning. Yes. So I tell my children, I'm your mate. So when you come to the house, you come and meet us. They are all PhD students. When you come to the house, come and meet us. Myself and them, we relate like colleagues. In my house, I always keep telling them, the minimum qualification is a PhD. Yes, that's what we accept in my house. Otherwise, you will not be part of the family. So dear students, I'm challenging you. Your minimum qualification should be a PhD. And you can do it. You can do it. Your professors sitting here are not superhuman beings. They are just like you. All right? Just make it a point. I'll also get there. And with prayers and hard work, you get there. So we are all welcome to this section.
Thank you so much, Professor Tipo, for your opening remarks. Please, at this very moment, I want to please invite Professor Reverend Sister Professor Florence to please give us a brief introduction before we continue with the STEM presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Well, I stand here on behalf of the University of Ghana, on behalf of School of Education and Leadership, and on behalf of the Department of Teacher Education. When it comes to technology, we are very much ahead, University of Ghana, and being the premier university. So we hold it high that we promote technology. Thank you, colleagues. There is a course that I teach, and it's called Using Technology to Teach Mathematics. So even without that course, almost all the courses that I teach my students, we embrace technology, we use technology. I'm a mathematics educator. So, but without technology, we can't learn maths. So that very course, everything they do from the beginning to the end, including the exam, is without a single ink on a paper. Everything is about technology, including their examinations. I've been teaching that course since 2020 that I came here. But in addition to that, because of the attention we give to technology here, a course was introduced that is called Introduction to STEM Education. It's a course on its own. And there we push our students to think outside the box, to think around the box, to think over the box, everywhere as much as possible. And it is as a result of that I'm here this morning to introduce a group out of 7 groups who have presented their STEM projects. And in the past, I will carry Excel sheet, carry paper, and be taking the attendance because I give marks to attendance in my course. I know that you can force a horse to get to the river, you can't force a horse to drink water. But that notwithstanding, at least I've tried my best to force the horse to the river. So it's now left for the horse to drink water. So attendance is part of it. And we have a policy that if you miss lecture 3 times, it doesn't matter whether one in the beginning, in the middle, and one at the end. Once you miss 3 times, you'll be banned from writing exam. You are not eligible to write final examination. They are aware of that, and I implement it to the letter. Now, for this other one, if you are late to class, you lose that attendance marks. There are 10 marks for attendance, and I carry it out by deduction. Even though we do have 12 weeks in a semester, when you are late for one goes. You are late for another one goes. It's my mark, 10 marks, free of charge, goodwill. But you have to be there to enjoy the goodwill. So if you continue like that, you might lose all the 10 marks. So because I normally go manually about it, when it was time for project, I asked the student, whenever they are doing any project in STEM, they should look around us. The university is big, it's large, anything at all. Identify a problem that you can use your STEM education or project to solve. So this group looked at me, and at the end, they wanted to help me. But not knowing that not just me, but they will be helping the entire university. And beyond this university, maybe probably the entire Ghana. So they said, okay, they want to simplify my task of having to carry paper and tick. Sometimes my TA, teaching assistant, will be the one to mark the attendance. So they've developed a website that can now mark the attendance. Even if you have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. If the lecture is starting at 7:30, so you can set it up from 7:30 to 7:10. 10 minutes of moment of grace. So when they come, the QR code will be there. Display the QR code before I call you to the front. So you scan it with your own phone. And it will record the time you scan it. As you are scanning it, he asks for your number, ID. You indicate the ID number, and it snaps your face as well. So your friend cannot do it for you. So we thought that when it is over, you can check what is there. You can even download it. Once you download it, it will appear as Excel sheet. And what you have from week 1, week 2, from the beginning of the semester to the end of the semester, everything will be recorded. So you can see week 1, week 2, week 3. You can use it for all the courses. So that is what they have come to present today. So thank you very much. So I will now call on the team to come forward and stand by the side of their work. Why one person stay at the back? Then when they are done, the person at the back will join them in case you are taking picture of them during the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Sister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and invited guests. Colleague students, ladies and gentlemen, we are very grateful to stand before you. So, this is what we can all bear witness that from time immemorial, attendance has been taken manually. So, as part of our project work, what we had to do was to develop a website, a web app that can take attendance live. That can take attendance live. So what we do is that we have a sign-in here where the user or the lecturer will input his email and password and he will sign in. So after he has signed in, there will be a dashboard where he or she can create the courses that he or she is teaching, and input the student's ID and their names there. So you have each student with his name and ID, so you can see it from the roster. So only registered ID can check. So student ID, full name, and the email is option. So after you have inputted them, then you register participants, you register them. So after you are done registering them, their names and their IDs display here. So if the time is due for lectures, you set the time. So the lecturer will set the time starting from Monday to Sunday. So any time you want to set it. So it's from any time that's, let's say, from 9 a.m. to 9:10. You set the time, and it will automatically generate a QR code for you. It will automatically generate a QR code where students are going to sign. So if the students sign, it will ask of the student's ID. So the students will input their ID, and they are asked to take a live picture, not to upload any picture. You take a live picture. So after you have taken the live picture, because your name is already in the register, it will display your name there. That's my name is Samuel Kese. So it will display Samuel Kese has logged in or has registered or has been marked for attendance. So that is how it is. And after the time is due, you go to the view report to see the number of students who have been marked present or who have signed in or registered their attendance. It seems we are having a bit network issue. So report. So we have the daily session report and we have cumulative report. So with the daily session, every time or every day you have the session, it is recorded there. And this morning we took attendance. So these are the attendees. So their IDs, their name, and it indicates whether they are present or absent. If they are present, their picture is displayed there. And the lecturer has 24 hours to go through the pictures to see if the students truly attended the class. And after 24 hours, the picture is expired or the picture goes away. So when you are done viewing, then you can download into Excel. So it goes straight to your Excel sheet. You open it and send it. Reverend Sister does it very much. Every time she will send the Excel sheet into the group so that you know whether you are absent or you are present. In case, because she was using manual, sometimes students complain, Reverend, I was present, but you marked me absent. So she has to go back and then rectify it. But with this one, students have no choice to say they were present and they were marked absent. Because if you were present, it's going to indicate here present the time to which you signed in. And for that matter, you can't escape from that. So this is it. That is the daily one. And in case the daily one will be much work, you can wait till the end of the semester. If, let's say, you have 20 sessions at the end of the semester, then you can go to the cumulative metrics. So it has the number of sessions enrolled, the number of present, absent, score, percentage, and it also indicates it chronologically. So meaning that one after the other. So if I was present today, tomorrow I was absent, it is going to indicate the fifth meeting I was absent or I was present. It's going to indicate everything. So you will download the cumulative one where it sums everything, the session, the total session that was organized in the semester for you. So please, you can open the level 400 on so that we will look at the cumulative one.
And why the picture have to go off after 24 hours is to manage the space. Because if you have picture every day from the beginning of the semester to the end of the semester, and you're having 3 or 4 courses, it becomes heavy. So the program is such that after you must have scanned through to see the faces and it corresponds with the numbers, then the picture can go. So to continue to maintain the space. Thank you.
Good. So we started using the app last week, but before that, when we started the project, we did the app and we used it for 1 week. Then we realized that there were problems, so it broke down. So we had to tell the Reverend that we are having challenges, and then we stopped using the app for the attendance. So we had to go back and then redo the app, reorganize ourselves, and then do it. So from last 2 weeks to today, that's what we have been using for attendance. So you can see session, enroll session, that is 7, and then number of present, number of absent, the percentage, and the attendance grade. You could see, this means that the first person on the 3rd day was absent. Good. When you look at the second person, that is the 3rd day, and then the 6th day, the person was absent. So you can't tell Reverend that I was present in the first day, but you marked me absent. It is going to locate here. It is going to show here the actual day to which you were present or you were absent. So you can download the cumulative Excel and good. So that is what is here. So you can see the student ID, their names, session enrolled, present, and everything is there. So in case you don't want to be downloading it daily, you wait to the end of the number of sessions that you want to have. If it's 3 months, you wait at the end of the 3 months, then you download it cumulatively without necessarily downloading it daily. Thank you very much.
So the 5th person is coming. I don't want him out of the picture. I want him to be part of it. I said after the presentation, he should join them. So because he was managing the computer at the back.
In fact, please, let's please once again acknowledge them for a very good job done. As faculty members, like Reverend rightly said, we struggle taking attendance. All the time we have to use the manual method, which makes work very difficult, very tedious. We spend about more than 30 minutes taking attendance. You are only left with maybe less than 1 hour, 30 minutes instruction hours, which is time consuming for us. So thank you so much, in fact. Please, can you once again appreciate them for a very good job done. And Reverend Professor, with your kind permission, would like to make some few, open the floor for some few comments or clarifications or questions. And we'll start with Professor Aponsa.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, we all heard from our 3 keynote professors, Professor Makuku, and then Prof, and then the chairperson. This conference, we said that this time we don't have to produce students who will be looking for unexisting jobs. That students should be produced who can create their own jobs. This is about commercialization. It's about entrepreneurship. It's about creating jobs. So many people have heard about them. How many lecturers have this in marking their students at lectures? So this is an open forum that can help them to start practically with what we've been saying in this conference. The School of Education and Leadership is just 10 years old. We don't have master's programs in science and maths. I always work together with Reverend Sister. She's the first woman professor in the whole School of Education and Leadership. Let's clap for her. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that we have to encourage our young ones. They are even like, well, they are pre-service teachers, but this time you finish and you don't even have a school to go and teach. They can use this as a business startup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very brilliant technology that you've been able to come up with. And I just have one suggestion. I think as you move on and maybe develop the website more, you can incorporate KYC. I don't know if you're aware of it. Know your customer, right? So that the lecturer won't have to go through every person's image to see, okay, this is the person, this is the person. The technology will be able to recognize that itself. And also, just a small question. If, let's say, someone loses their phone or something like that, would they have to log in on someone else's device to be able to use it for the QR code? And also, do you have maybe a password management system? If someone forgets their password, how do they go about that? It's just something that I want to. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My own is to commend the students and the supervisor. Kudos goes to both, because this will solve a lot of problems. In our university, we have a lot of litigation. A lecturer will stop a student from writing exams because of inadequate attendance. But because the attendance was manual, there may be problems and challenges here and there. At the end of the day, the university loses a lot of cases. But with this one, it addresses all problems. The only issue is our shortcoming in terms of internet availability, accessibility, and what have you. I don't know. It has to be online. Is it going to be online, or can it be done manual? Maybe, if you can add value to it, because I've seen future in this. These are UG students. If we can have this kind of UG student, by the time they come for MSc, PhD, you don't know what they will develop. These are the kind of people we have in Japan, China, and even Germany. Yeah, so the sky is your limit. Congratulations, and I wish you more success. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, for mentoring these young ones, and congratulations on this, what you have come up with. Thank you. I want to ask a question now. We're trying to see how we can make it better. Someone has asked about KYC, and my concern is what Prof just said with regards to internet connectivity. Is there a way these attendance can be captured offline, so by the time internet returns or the person is, it can just record the attendance time without having to lose value for the time, if you understand what I'm trying to say? There could be glitches, network, and it's off. So at that time, what happens? There should be a mechanism that allows it to be captured so that by the time it returns, it tells us the exact time the student clocks. I don't know if it is captured. So these are the things you consider. Thank you.
I was just telling Prof that I'll go along with this thing to Nigeria. But she was telling me I have to subscribe.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. I want to find out, in our era now in Ghana, where our teachers would have to, pre-tertiary teachers, would have to go out for STS, and then you want to take attendance for STS. is this remote access? Can I access it without being here? Because I'm inferring from what you have here that I have to be in the classroom to scan in order to mark me present. Now the STS, we don't have a classroom. Oh, okay. Are you an education student? Oh, okay. All right. So I'm thinking of how do we use it remote-wise? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shen. Please, any more? The last one, you can answer all of them. My has to do with, unfortunately, what about those of us coming from the poor background and we don't have smartphones? It's not a fault of the student. You should be able to take attendance. So please avert your minds to those of us who do not have smartphones. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And they've really done well by coming out with such an innovation that is intended to solve a problem. But my concern, probably you've already looked at it, the issue of using live pictures but not still pictures. I know there's always a saying that technology without pedagogy is an expensive noise. Now, we know as you are bringing a system like this, students will always try to find a way to also bypass it. What happens if I ask a colleague to go to the center with a phone and we are on video conferencing and the person wants to log in for me? How does the system treat that video? Because that one is not a still picture, it's a live picture. How does it treat it? Is that the way that you can do that?
I could easily address on their behalf, even though they are the engineers. But yes, when it comes to attendance, on site, you are in the school. You are expected to be in the class. It's meant for the classroom. It doesn't take charge of anything outside the classroom. And if you don't have a smartphone, you can use your friend's phone. But you will input your number. You will be there. You input your number. Your number is something you cannot forget. It's not a password. It is your ID number, the one given to you by the university. So that you will key in. And as you key it in and it comes, it takes your face along with your snapshot. So nobody can snap for you. If the person goes to snap again, it's still the person's face that will be showing, not your own face. But one phone can snap 50 students if you like. So that is taken care of, but it is on site. It has to be used that way. So you can make other additions you want to.
Yeah, thank you very much, Reverend Sister, for the opportunity. Please, with regards to the password management, I wish I will show you. We've done the system in a way that students do not log in. They just check in attendance. And Reverend Sister, since she's our supervisor and lecturer, she's the sole authorizer. So she will authorize you before you can take attendance for students. So students don't check in. And that's how secure the system is. You don't check in, she will give you the authorization to take attendance for students. So there's no issue with password. Yeah.
If you want to come on board to use the attendance, then because they are beginners, so you will need to pay a subscription to them. Then I will enroll you myself. I'm their manager. Let me enjoy that privilege for a moment. So then we register you with your own email address and all that. Then you can be operating it from your center, but you will be the only one. And if at any time I notice that this person have not registered or subscribed to them, and I see somebody using it, it's just a click, the person will be out. So that is it. So that is why we've been, it was from the beginning of the semester till now. It has gone through a lot of updates, review, and all that. And I told them they should keep thinking. Because other people also will be thinking. So they will keep upgrading it, reviewing it. So that is the way it will go. Thank you very much.
Professor Chair, with your kind permission or leave, I wanted to ask if she can project a contact.
Okay. Yes, as the manageress. Okay, my number. Let me give you my number. Okay, oh, okay. Can you project my? They are my students. The two there, they are my students. They will sit there. They are trying to search. Just type it somewhere. 02. They have it anyway. Okay, the email address. Okay. 6867. Good. And the email address, they also have the email address. Awoniyi, please use misspelled to go back. FCAWONIYI. NIYI at ug.edu.gh. And then you make the font size bigger and bold it. The F is a small letter. Because you move, that is why you change it to big letter, capital letter. F only at ug.edu.gh. No. Make it 60. It should be at once. Don't make it go into second line. Make it 60 or 48. Good. So that is it. FC, Awoniyi. Okay, yes. Please remove the 0 and put +233. The country code. Good. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, I will ask my forefathers when I see them.
She will address you later.
Reverend Sister and your students, right? Thank you so much. I have a problem. Those of us who were born before computer, I'm always scared of computer and all those things. But I'm trying. I'm catching up. But with this, I'm so convinced that I want to be your agent. I want to invite you to Cape Coast. Yes, to Cape Coast. And Professor Banfueje will tell you that I am very, very strict when it comes to attendance. Where I was trained in the Soviet Union, Russia, that's what we call Russia, the Russians, they believe in attendance. At least they say, if let's even assume you don't even know anything. Coming to sit at a lecture hall, you will get to know something. So they strongly believe in attendance. And I'm like that. My students will tell you, that's for this man, no way. I also take attendance. Even if it's 300 students, I take about 10, 20 minutes and take attendance. So this will help me a lot. So I want to subscribe to it and then be your agent. Thank you.
On this note, thank you so much. So please, further questions can be channeled to Reverend Professor later. Please, we want to acknowledge, one of our dignitaries is around, we want to please acknowledge Dr. Violet Makuku. Please, if you can, please, let's show some appreciation to Doctor. We then invite Professor Banfueje to give us some few comments.
So, as my father has indicated, that he is going to be an agent. In fact, we think alike. Like father, like son. So, in fact, he was the former vice chancellor for our university. And he became vice chancellor, and he was recycled to become immediate past pro-vice chancellor. So, he's a man of power. Good. And his current vice chancellor is his younger brother. And definitely, Cape Coast. In fact, we just spoke to the dean of students. Dean of students is Sophia. That's the dean of students for the university. So, in fact, she was interested in your student coming to Cape Coast. And that is what the former Vice Chancellor has indicated. So Cape Coast will be waiting for you. Because this is what they do. They do manual. And with this, it has solved the problem for them. So that is it. And with an extension, I believe Professor Bello is here. And Prof, the Vice Chancellor over there, that's his right-hand man. And he has just whispered to him that you might be going to Sokoto to implement this in Usman Danfodio University. So the market is coming now. I think this is what we need. And I believe the immediate past provost for College of Education, Dr. Jasna, is here. Definitely she will take the message home. So please. Yeah, I'll be your agent too.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Emmanuel Ejibamfo, for the few comments. So please, you are respectfully discharged. Thank you so much. Okay. Please, respectfully, it is time for the keynote address. But before we do that, will you please join me in invite Dr. Akufu to give us a profile of the keynote speaker. Thank you. Please, let's acknowledge Dr. Equia, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Profile of Engineer Prof. Olatokunbo Ofuyatan. Sorry if I have crucified the name. Engineer Prof. Olatokunbo Ofuyatan is a distinguished professor at the Department of Civil Engineering of Covenant University, Ota, Nigeria. With about 20 years of experience in practice, teaching and research in structural engineering, construction and waste and materials, she has served as a formal head of the Civil Engineering Department of Covenant University of Ota, Nigeria. She is a C2 rated researcher in the National Research Foundation of South Africa and a professional structural engineer in the Nigerian Institute of Structural Engineers and a mentor registered with the Council for Regulation of Engineers in Nigeria, a member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Association of Professional Women in Engineering, and registered with the American Society of Civil Engineers. She is a researcher. She's a researcher, an interdisciplinary researcher, and her research focuses on sustainable infrastructure, smart city innovation construction, engineering education, reuse of waste materials for construction, and concrete technology. Prof is a member of the Association of the Ranking Professionals in Nigeria and the United Nations of Nigeria and United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 12 champion. She is a lead researcher in the civil engineering, environmental, and industrialization cluster at the Covenant University, Nigeria. She has served as a reviewer for some reputable journals like Elsevier and Springer journals. Beyond academia, she's a mentor in engineering and collaborates with a lot of industry partners, promoting sustainable engineering solutions. She is a passionate a mentor, and a teacher, and modeling in civil engineer. Let's welcome Professor Ofuyatan Ofuyatan. Prof, you're welcome. And sorry for crucifying your name.
Okay, so please, can we once again give it up to Dr. Equia? As we await Professor, we want to please respectfully acknowledge some dignitaries on the online platform. Okay, so special mention goes to Professor Aaron from Mauritius. Please, you're mostly welcome to the second day of the conference. To Dr. Sogaza from Cape Town, Professor Bojoko from Nigeria, please, you're most welcome. Dr. Tudura from Ghana. We have Dr. Digbo from Ghana, from Nigeria, sorry. Then we have Professor Erastus from Zambia, Dr. Eta from Zambia, and Kofi Owusu from South Africa. Please, you are most welcome to join us via online.
Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate those students who took very good steps initiating the website for attendance. It's a very good step. It's a way forward for the university. It's also a way forward for their own life. Yeah. Last week, on LinkedIn, I'm a very passionate person in LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn. And there was a picture of a 16-year-old boy who was employed by Apple. Who was employed by 16-year-old. And I called my colleague. I said, wow, did you see this 16-year-old Ugochukwu that got employment with Apple? Why? Because he knew machine learning and robotics. And I asked myself, 16-year-old in Nigeria, where will he be? Probably he will still be in secondary school or probably in 100 level. But here we have someone who actually went into software development and everything and was employed by Apple. So guys, see you two in Apple very soon. I want to greet everyone this morning. Good morning, everyone. My distinguished colleagues, fellow researchers, and my guests. While I was coming in from the airport, I saw Akwaba. So how do we say good morning in Ghana? I heard it this morning. Machi. It is my great pleasure and delight to actually be in this conference. I've been so excited, going outside school and coming to learn. I've learned a lot. Through the first speaker, through Dr. Makuku, I've learned a lot. And through the panelists' discussion yesterday, I learned a lot. And this morning, it is my great absolute honor to stand before you today. Okay. Okay, sir. So I greet every one of us again, good morning, and it is a great pleasure to be here before you at the 15th Sustainable Education and Development Research Conference here at the University of Ghana at the prestigious ISA Auditorium. And my name still remains Professor Olatokunbo, the Jollof Rice Professor. And in this session, the title of my presentation this morning is Sustainable Construction Education and the Reuse of Materials. The reuse of materials. Thank God for the presentation that we just had this morning about critical thinking. There was a problem, and then they looked for a solution. Also in our construction industry, we have a lot of problems. We have the problems of waste. A lot of plastic waste, tire waste, glass waste, construction demolition waste, agricultural waste, industrial waste, waste being categorized into various categories. And we're looking at how we can actually reuse this waste for our purpose. Yes, let me just quickly go to slide 1. So I would like to give the roadmap to our discussion this morning. One, we want to look at the context of scale, the real-world evidence, the systemic gap, and the strategic integration. When we look at the context of scale, we're actually drawing our attention to the baseline of global footprint, carbon footprint, material recycling, and material reuse. The real-world evidence, what is Africa actually doing? What is the global studies? What is acting globally and in Africa? And then the systemic gaps, we're going to be looking at the challenges, the curriculum and the workforce, and then the strategic integration. What are the digital tools that we can employ? What is the policy? And what partnership can academic make with the industry and with the government? Okay, yes, thank you. So you can just go to slide 2. So let's look at the statistics. The scale of construction sector. The scale of construction sector is truly staggering. When we look at the latest global status report of the Building and Construction by the United Nations Program and the Alliance for Building and Construction, we find out that we have about 37% share of global carbon dioxide emission. And what does this mean? It means that most of our raw materials, especially in construction and demolition, we have about 37% of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And this energy comes from coal, it comes from oil, comes from gas, comes from electricity. And this has been tied to the activities of our building materials and construction. There are two main sources. We have the operational emission that deals with the heat, the lights that we have in the house, the buildings, and we have the embodied emission. And the embodied emission comprises of materials that come from building, from manufacturing. The manufacturing of cement, manufacturing of steel, manufacturing of timber. We find out that a lot of global emission comes out from them. And then we look at the second one. We have the 50% share of material extraction. 50% of material extraction actually comes from our raw materials, the processing and the manufacturing of all our raw materials. And at the same time, the sector represents about 10 to 13% of the global GDP and employs 9% of the world's workforce. Of course, we're not only talking about electricity, like just leaving the light on, and then you find out that, a lot of energy is being generated. But when we look at the 40% share of global energy consumption that comes from our material, the emission of most of our materials. When we look at what is around us, we see the lightning, we see concrete, we see the painting, we see the screeding, we see the flooring, we see the tiles. All of those things, they emit carbon dioxide even into the atmosphere, which is very, very harmful to the body. It also means that all our raw materials buried, harvested from the earth every year, our sand, our gravel, our granite, every year that goes into construction, high emission of carbon dioxide. And these statistics really helps us in the construction industry that gives rise not only to climate problems, but also causes depletion in the earth crust. A building's environmental impact does not only start when it starts building, but it's a continuous process from start to finish. From start to finish. The beams, the columns, the slabs, all of those things they generate. All our processing, the mixer, when you are mixing your cement, your sand, and your water, all those things, they emit carbon dioxide, which is very, very harmful to the society. And that is why the sustainability efforts, we are focusing on two: energy efficiency and material efficiency. And then we have the second, towards the layer, we have the 25%. The 25% is the solid waste generation, and 11 to 30% contribute to the global GDP. A major source of, next slide please, and a major source that we actually need to look at is the recycling and the reuse of materials. On my left, we find recycling. Recycling involves energy-intensive processing. It talks about performance, a typical performance degradation, and then the reality of the EU, melting down of steel. All those things, they are energy-intensive when it comes to recycling. But when we look at the other right side, we find the reuse. Reuse actually means that you are still able to make the material to be in contact. It retains its contents, its structural components. For example, when you recycle aggregate, you can use recycled aggregate, but you will still not be able to achieve the original strength before it's being recycled. And then we have preserves original embodied carbon. Here we're just trying to compare the difference between recycling and use of materials. We find that in the reuse of materials, you are able to save a lot. You are able to have a lot of not only energy, costs. It brings about cost effectiveness. We have up to 95% impact reduction in steel. So the major concern is that when we are talking about recycling, we're talking of energy, breaking down energy to its raw state and reprocessing it. And this not only consumes massive amount of energy, but also degrades the material. But when it comes to reuse salvages the structure. You are still able to retain the original shape when you want to do the investment or when you want to actually recycle the material. And then the next slide, to capture, how do we then capture the untamed value? We must functionally look at our buildings now as not something that we can always demolish. But let that be a shift in the paradigm, because we need to begin to view our buildings as a material bank. Something that, I can just take and just begin to pieces it. You know, those days when we were growing up, we used to play with Lego or plasticine. You know, Lego, you can form anything with Lego. You can change its parts, you can change its color. So we need to begin to look at our buildings like that, such that we don't always have to demolish. We can reuse part of those structure. So we can see the bricks here. We can see the steel beams and the glass panes. We have waste. Waste can go from reduction, reuse, and recycling. And of course, the urban mining policy being adopted. And we need required workforce. People who we know how can actually, who are professionals. Professionals who can actually turn most of this our waste into viable properties and viable components. This is a perspective that is already transforming globally. For example, in the Amsterdam metropolitan area, that has adopted an urban mining framework, recognizing that 2.6 million tons of concrete material was actually realized through local renovation and demolition, annually represent an intrinsic material value of roughly 688 million assets to that country. So we find that there's a lot of value that is even being gained from demolition. And then my slide 6, I have the material driven reuse in Africa. Africa too must actually come to realization that we need to actually build a market where we can reuse our materials. When we look at Africa, we find out that the global construction is also in current now. We have it living, and there are some countries that already have policies for recycling and having demolition waste. They have actually made it a policy. For example, in Cape Town, South Africa, there's a remarkable market. A remarkable market where you have builders having 55% clean builders' rubbles that are being recovered from concrete materials, and they find out that they turn it to a GDP for the city, generating so much. Also in Aba, in Nigeria, we have the scavengers who scavenge metals. They scavenge used metals, used steel, and they convert it. We have informed workers who have stepped into this. They sort this material, they transport it, they wash it, hereby helping the land feel to avoid flooding. Recently, we had so much flooding in Nigeria. And this flooding were actually being due to people dumping waste into the water paths. Thank you. Into the water paths. You find anybody, once they drink something, bam, they just throw it into the street. And thereby, they just go straight into the gutter. But we find out that people actually come together, pick these things, rewash them, and then recycle them into another kind of product. So what is the commercialization and the global flagship example? When we look at Ethiopia has a high structured commercial scale application. On the African front, we have the Kubik in Ethiopia that started successfully operating in Kenya and Ethiopia. And what did they do? They gathered plastics, waste plastic bottles, waste PET bottles, converted it to making interlocking blocks. And we find out that they were able to divert 45,000 kilograms of plastic waste daily, converting the market to having about 30 to 40 conventional costs. They were able to save about 30 to 40 conventional costs from the normal use. Also recently, China made an advert. They were looking for waste plastics. I said, please come to Nigeria. Just go to Oshodi market. Go to Mushi. You don't have to go so far. Just go to Oshodi. Oshodi. You can gather 5 million PET bottles in a day in Oshodi or Mushi. They were looking. In fact, it was an advert online on LinkedIn. They were looking for plastic waste. And here in Africa, we have it in abundance. What are we actually using it for? We just want to just trash it into the bin. And these things, they are commodities or elements that can actually bring money. Prof was trying to show us some thesis yesterday. And everybody was saying, including me, I said it is thesis. Some said it is project. But Prof was seeing it as money. So we found out that there's actually the Waste to Wealth initiative. It is high time in Africa that we begin to see a lot of our waste as money. Not just to be trashed, but to be used as money. And now let us look at on the education sector. Education in practice, the waste house model. Here we have in the University of Brighton, where the students actually gathered waste bricks, to build a research house. And up till today, it is still standing. They are using it to generate wealth for the community. And here is the key. The key here is that the building was co-designed and physically constructed by undergraduate students. And it's high time in education we begin to look at industry-based research. Industry-based research. Let us begin to get our students to be involved in evidence-based research. In Covenant University, in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, we had the students who developed a machine that could sweep the floor manually. No petrol, no fuel, nothing. You just turned on the engine and it will begin to sweep the floor. And why did he? You see, there are a lot of problems around us. Just like Reverend Mother. The student found a problem. They wanted to relieve Reverend Mother of all these calling names in class. And I asked myself, I said, if you had 1,000 students in your class, will you stand to actually begin to call 1,000 names? No. So this is a very, very good initiative. And also in engineering, in our system in Africa, we need to begin to look at how we can begin to get our students to be engaged in critical thinking. Critical thinking that will give rise to industry-based research. When will we produce our own vehicle? When will we begin to produce our own chairs? You find out that in China, a lot of things are coming out of waste. And then we will go and still import, just like Reverend Makuku Dr. Makuku told us yesterday. We believe so much in their own, whereby living our own. There's a Tanzanian woman who does a lot with recycled tire, recycled rubber. We can go and Google her name online. We'll see her. She's a Tanzanian. She makes very, very beautiful things. When will we begin to look at how we can begin to use our waste to build our houses? We don't have to live there. We could begin to use it for agriculture. Ways where we can store our farm produce. Ways where we can begin to keep our children to play. We will get there in Africa. We now go to our next slide. With the success stories that are encouraging, we must confront the harsh realities of our current waste management scape. In South Africa, they have a very landfilling that remains a default disposal method by swallowing up about 65% of the general waste. In Cape Town and in Johannesburg, they are able to generate over half of South Africa's GDP through construction waste. Yet, both metropolitan areas have less than 5 years of landfill capacities remaining. We are quite literally running out of space. And of course, we have the Nigerian challenge. We have the challenge of regulatory and systemic, issues. As analyzed by some researchers, Nigeria completely lacks dedicated legislative and standardized codes for construction and demolition waste. Now, let's pause a little and look at the comparative between the two paradigms side by side. On my left side, I have the informal Africa network and the formal global network. And we have the primary drivers, what drives them. One, the economic necessity for street-level survival. And on the other side, we have the climate policy and the rigorous ESG mandates. Also, we have data. We need to begin to generate data for policymakers. We need to have invisible zero format tracking or no recognition. Highly visible. On the other side, they have highly visible materials. And these on the core barriers, they have zero policy. On Africa, we have zero policy, invisible, no economic structure, nothing. But on the other side, on the global, they are beginning to have structured and even certified courses. Somebody was talking yesterday about having skilled, causing our children to be skilled. I have a daughter. She read computer with mathematics. She also finished from Covenant University. And I told her, I said, please, come and go to Canada. I was begging her. I said, but you are not going to use your money now. It is my money you are going to use. He said, Mommy, no, I'm not going. I said, why? He said, no, I'm not reading masters. I said, why? He said she wants to read certification courses. I said, oh, really? Certification courses. Because she's into UI, UX design. She has trained over 1,000 people online without money, developing her skills. We need to teach our children and the younger ones coming how to develop skills. I registered her in Harvard for 1 year. She took a certification course in Harvard for 1 year. My beloved, my daughter never writes letter for application for a job. They keep calling her from the right, from the left. In fact, at a time, I used to put ice block on her head. Because this company, she's working for this company. She's working for this company. She's working, and I will begin to ask her, where is the money? And she's just keeping she's not married yet. And she's just keeping all her dollars in the bank. Why? Because of a skilled certification. It is not all of us that will do masters. None of us will do PhD. Our skills, no man can steal from us. Your skills, no one can take from you. So we need to develop our skills. We need to develop the younger ones coming. We need to begin to introduce materials to them that they can use to also make money. Look at China, for Christ's sake. Look at all these phones. Somebody was discussing with us this morning of the same phone that is in Nigeria and the same one in UK. And the one in UK is more expensive. Why? Because they will tell you in China, oh, do the Nigerian version for us. And all those things are being actually produced as of waste materials coming from Africa. We are sitting so much on wealth, and yet somebody else is coming to carry our wealth away. May God help us. Prof also talked about the slippers he wore yesterday that was locally made. In fact, when I saw the slippers, you actually think it's an Italian slippers. Yet it is locally made. We're looking forward to where we'll begin to have locally made tiles. We're looking forward to when we'll begin to have locally made screens. Looking forward to have locally made chairs in our homes. And please don't say you won't buy them. Oh, you must buy them. This brings me to the core of our education mission. The workforce pipelines we are managing are failing to keep pace with the industry needs. For example, the study of civil engineering, construction management with some students, according to the literature, revealed profound knowledge gap regarding circular economy concept and construction decarbonization. And coming closer home, we have 382 higher education and construction stakeholders in Ghana. By a researcher from literature, it shows that we are continuing to graduate students, engineers, architects, and quantity surveyors who are trained to take up. We need to begin to train our engineers, our architects, our quantity surveyors to begin to take up design for a make waste. That is a waste to wealth initiative. Is the slide before. The current gap in higher education curricula. Yesterday in our panelist, we were talking about the BMAS and the CCMAS. Actually, when I was an HOD, we had the issue of this CCMAS. And I actually sat down and we looked at the traditional course we always have. So much theoretical that the students were actually failing. But with this introduction, Professor Mejoko told us that it was political. Well, it might be political, but it was still favoring some students. Now we have in the new BMAS, we have machine learning. We have introduction to entrepreneurship. We have about 4 different courses that was actually replacing our traditional theory to this, yet not forgetting our theory to structures, not forgetting our fluid mechanics, not still forgetting about our foundation. But you see, the world is revolving. And as it's revolving, we have to also revolve with it. Japan, we're talking about smart cities. A lot of countries is now actually embracing smart cities. When I entered the hotel in Ghana today, I expected that the light should come on. I said, oh, the light did not come on. Okay, let me go and on my light. Boom, I on my light. Where is the AC remote? I started looking for AC remote. But you see, some countries have gone beyond this. We know that they have keyless. We're entering into keyless society. Not using key to open our doors again. You have sensors in your ring, in your glasses. As you are going, you are recording people. As you are going, you are picturing people, they don't know. You get to your door. You have sensors somewhere. You just open your door. Bam! No key. They give you card. Or you just use your hand to do like this. The door will open. And then once the door opens, the whole lights open. The AC, the heater, even the bed will come like this. Well, yeah, they're still using key. They're still using heater. Oh, we will get there. We will get there. So to bridge this gap, we need to restructure our curricula. We need to restructure our curricula. That's slide 12. The key workforce competencies for circularity. We need to restructure our curricula in 6 main workforce competencies. Systemic thinking. We need to be involved in systemic thinking. Life cycle assessment. How do we treat our structures? Whole life carbon accounting. I'm happy there's somebody seated here. Please don't miss his presentation this afternoon. We had a discussion yesterday, and he was telling me that how Africans can actually begin to make money from carbon emission. So we have whole life cycle. He's an accountant anyway, and I was very thrilled. I'm going to listen to his presentation this afternoon. And we have design for disassembly, DFD. And we have stakeholders engagement, and we have value for engineering. Our competencies identified by higher education and industry stakeholders, and criticizing for bridging the intention to practice gap. We need to place value upon our engineering curricula and our engineering education. And how do we transfer these 6 competencies into our daily classroom practice? It requires a deliberate shift. Educational innovation. It requires a deliberate structural shift in our pedagogy. As we are stated on this slide, we must transit away from passive lecture-based learning, where students simply memorize definitions of sustainability. First, we must make circular impact assessment mandatory. Heavily grading components of all core design studios rather than optional or ungraded on. What I'm trying to say is that we need to begin to have hands-on technology for our students. In engineering in 200 level, we have what we call SWEP, the Student Work Experience Program. Right from 200 level, the students begin to know how to mix concrete. They begin to know how to fix this. They go to all the 7 arms of engineering. From civil, they go to mechanical, they go to electrical, they go to computer, they go to chemical, they go to petroleum, and learn everything. If my husband is not at home, I don't have to wait for him before I change the bulb in the house. If my husband is not around, in fact, once I get to my car, I will open it, I will check water. I will bring out that thing they bring, I will check the oil. I will look at it. Show gauge, I will go gauge. Okay, it's gauge. I will clean it. At least I know, I see how they do it. And I ask questions. Why do I have to check the oil in the car every morning? Why do I have to do this? And so when he's not around, I do these things myself. As an engineer, as even a site engineer, I still go to sites. I still supervise buildings. Though very tedious, but I still have to do it, just to keep in touch with the profession. So we have to engage our students right from 100 level, 200 level, 300 level, 400 level. They go for SIWES. That is the Work Experience Industrial Working Program now, where they go to the industry to learn. We need to partner with the industry. We need to look for the problems of the industries and come to the academic, and we give them the solution. Slide 13. Digital tools. Our digital tools. So what are the digital tools that we can use? We need to discuss the tools to gather data. And here, there is where digital technology becomes the primary enabler of material you use. As shown in the cycle diagram, there are key main technology that are converging. One, we have the documentation. We need to now begin to document our recoveries. We have in Amsterdam the use of the Madagascar in Netherlands that was successful, designed by some students that helped to capture the carbon emission. About 2.6 million tons of materials were released annually, which were valued at roughly 688 million euros. So we begin to look at how we can collect data. Also, we need to know the building information modeling, BIM, and AI integration. And of course, the GIS mapping for tracking the urban reclaiming of materials. And then the emerging institutional capacity across Africa. We must recognize that the internal capacity to capture this digital and education and innovation is expanding rapidly across the African continent. As highlighted on this map, there are active green buildings councils that have been established across the nation. We have South Africa, we have Nigeria, we have Kenya, we have Ghana, we have Egypt, and we have Uganda. All of these countries are associated and affiliated with the World Green Building Council Africa Regional Network. And what do this council do? They step into the educational voids. For example, the Kenyan Green Building Society runs its Building the Transition Program, targeting short courses on circular construction. They run very short courses on circular construction and deconstruction principles directly to practicing engineers. And so what are the 4 critical gaps that we need to actually look at? To summarize our diagnostic finding before moving on to our core recommendations, we are now being faced with a single isolated problem. And one, we have the education gap. Graduates that lack priority, systemic skill thinking. We have the intention practice gap, 91% technical recovery potential versus 22% realized reality. And we have data gap, massive under-reporting, informal reuse, entirely no documentation. And we have the regulatory gap, missing harmonized standards with weak reinforcement. And slide 17, my next slide, we have formalizing informal waste network. One of our major recommendations is a critical one for the African context. We must realize and formalize and support our informal waste salvage networks rather than trying to replace them with expensive and imported models. The research from Aba and the one from Ethiopia is one that Africa must embrace. We have to embrace our own indigenous production supply. And then my slide 19, our educational and grassroots reforms cannot succeed on just a regulatory vacuum. We need a strong regulatory pull back up to drive the market system. We need the legislation, we need the procurement, and we need the standard. Who will be able to harmonize these products with us, with the government? And the role of academic, and next slide, the role of the academic and the industry partnership. Finally, we must deepen our partnership between universities, green building councils, industry, and the government. As we can see on the feedback loop on this slide, when these sectors collaborate, they create a compounding virtual circle. Universities can teach the skill components to our graduating professionals. And these graduates, when they enter into the industry, they deploy all the knowledge they have gained and gathered during their tertiary institution into the industry through digital tools like BIM, machine learning, ANN, just like what the student displayed today, using a system to capture attendance. They can also get to a company and introduce it to them. In Covenant University, what we do is that we turn print. We have gadgets that we pass around when we have very large classes, and the student turn print. So it makes it absolutely, of course, you cannot cut your finger and give your friend, please help me turn print. So you must be in class. You turn print in and you turn print out. So you just don't come and turn print and think, oh, you can go and begin to watch movie. No, you must turn print out. And then we have the data that empowers the government to enact efficient and effective policies and formally recognizing informal waste networks. These policies in turn turn the construction industry into living labs, such as waste house model or resource RAW projects, which provide the physical sites and raw materials for the next generation of students to study. This is not a set of independent initiatives, it is a single self-reinforcing engine for sustainable development. Thank you all for listening.
Speaker, can we please once again acknowledge us keynote speaker for a yeoman's job done. Professor, thank you so much for the insightful presentation. Please, with Chairman's indulgence, the floor is open for questions. If you have any contribution, comments, or clarification, please, you just shoot up your hand and I'll respectfully come to you. Okay, Prof.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Prof. I believe the Prof did justice not only to the jollof rice, but also to the presentation. Just like the previous presentation yesterday. But the issue is, recycling is a blessing elsewhere. But in Africa and Nigeria, we have to be careful before it becomes a curse and avenue of destruction. Because now in Nigeria, if you are not careful, even your kitchen utensil, if you are careless, they will get in and pick them. Just recently, the bridge in Abuja, you find people removing rods. Yeah, even the cover for the drainages. So if care is not taken, it will become a curse, just like petroleum in most of our African countries. So my suggestion is for the Society of Engineers and our respective government to bring strong legislative and enforcement of law to guide against such destruction. Also, there should be proper inspection in terms of recycling other equipment in building. You find people using recycled rods for building. We have a series of building collapse in Lagos and other cities in Nigeria as a result of that. There should be proper, massive awareness of the consequences of the use of recycled. I believe even the rods have expiring time. So where you get a recycled rods, even proper inspection, even right from the cement we are getting now, you will see SON written, standard. But when you analyze, it's not the proper. Another panacea is also, in terms of collapse of building, is for the Society of Engineers, particularly the civil, to make sure that all the commercial blocked industry are registered so as to ascertain the proper ratio of sand to cement they use, because it's one of the predisposing factor of building collapse. Once again, congratulations, Prof. Just like we have beautiful 2 presentations yesterday. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Insightful contribution. We are so much grateful. Please, okay, let's go to our lady. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ofuyatan, for your presentation. In the East, where I came from, I know that there are a lot of factories now that are into collecting all this waste and recycling it, using it to produce other things. Then, if you go to market to buy some of those products that was used the recycled materials to produce, you find out that if you buy them, reaching to, even if it's this disposal waste bag, before you get home, put anything inside it, it will tear. If you buy a plastic that was produced with recycled materials, by the time you will not use it up to 2-3 days, you see them breaking into pieces. So you are forced to go to market to go and buy those ones produced with the virgin materials, knowing quite well that when you patronize those ones that produce with the recycled materials, it will make way for them to produce more and sell. So my question now is this: are there measures being put in place to make sure that those ones produced with the recycled materials and those ones produced with the virgin materials have the same quality, so that when you buy, because you go to market, they will tell you these ones are the ones produced with recycled materials, buy this one that are virgin materials. These ones are cheaper quite well. These ones are more expensive. But you buy it maybe because they are cheaper. So I don't know if there's any measure in place to make sure that 2 of them have the same quality, so that when you buy them, they will be durable just like the ones produced with the virgin materials. Thank you very much.
Yourself.
Thank you, Prof. I think you have an impressive profile. Thanks for the presentation. My concern here, I will say it, and whether you see it, whether it's a question or contribution, and which you find as a question, you address them. It has to do with construction demolition waste and solid waste, which is biodegradable waste. But construction demolition waste in Ghana here is, when I check personally, I think there is not a data on construction demolition waste, but in totality, annually, is 12,000 to 14,000 and 40 million annually. Then from construction, my background, I think in Ghana here, which it is quite not enormous, it's not much, and I think it goes into construction hardcore failing. So you don't see them around, but in the UK, I did my undergrad thesis on construction demolition waste. So in the UK, it's a serious issue, a national issue, 60 to 62 million annually. So as you said, they encourage building retention program, which you don't have to break them. That's what they encourage, builders and all that. What I want to say is that what I have much concern in Ghana here is solid waste. The managing of solid waste is just waste coming from kitchen. All the waste we generate is going onto the land. They deposit them on land and all that. And over time, when you are consulting, my friend here is civil engineer, which is he does geotech analysis and all that. And I think that proper waste management in other countries, they sort them, not just dumping them, later cover them. And some even chemicals have health issues and all that. So when I want to say, what I want to say is that with the foundation analysis, it can contain or sustain much higher rise burden. So I think stakeholders need to look into solid waste deposit and all that.
Thank you so much. Prof, the fourth question, then you can please take the, after she will answer, then go to the next one.
Right. Thank you for this opportunity. And Prof, thank you for the nice presentation. Yeah, sustainability. Casting my mind back, I think 10, 15 years ago, when I went for a job interview, I think the only question I couldn't answer was, what is sustainability? At the time, it was quite new to me. Fast forward, 2020, I teach structural steel design. I ensure that my students get to understand all the concepts in terms of sustainability. Design for demolition, building passports, recycling, and what have you. But my question is, how do we ensure that what we are doing in class is translated into the industry? Because we still see in Ghana, most of the constructions that we have, we still do the brick and mortar. Not that it's a bad thing, but how do we inculcate the concept of sustainability? Maybe not looking far, the Accra-Takoradi road is being expanded, and we can see a lot of buildings have been demolished. What are we doing about them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take the comments from Dr. Violet. Then Professor will answer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Prof, for a wonderful presentation. For me, I'm saying part of the presentation is talking to the converted. But my worry is on what can we do with the people who are in the streets, who are removing iron rods from the bridges, which is national infrastructure. What do we do? We also have seen the issue of iron rods. One took a video to educate us that the real iron rod, which is new and has not been recycled, has got numbers and certain expiry date, and the recycled one doesn't have all those writings. Others are even labeling it 14 millimeter when it's a 12 millimeter. But Prof, answer me on that aspect of education and awareness to the general populace of people who didn't even go to school, who are ignorant of the national impact of the things that they are doing. Pushing west when it is raining and all that stuff. Thank you.
Dr. Violet. Prof, please, you may.
Yes, thank you everyone for those valued contributions and for the insightful questions. Yes, questions must always come. My bishop told me when you attend a meeting and you don't go with your writing materials or you don't ask questions, you have not attended that meeting. So I start with my doc. What measures can be put in place to ensure equality? You see, that part of Nigeria that you come from, I want to be very, very practical and raw with my answer. You see, that part of Nigeria that you come from, there are people that actually need to be carefully scrutinized. We have to carefully visit them and to ensure that they do the right things. For example, in the construction industry, we want to cast a beam or we want to cast a slab. And I tell the bricklayer, look, we're going to use a concrete mix of 1 to 4. Ma, the moment you turn your back, that you are going upstairs, we are not going out of the site, that you are going upstairs to check something else. You've already put 4 bags of cement down. He will carry 2 and go and keep somewhere that he will sell. Dishonesty. Dishonest weight. You cannot be there when they are mixing it. You have to be somewhere else. So we have regulatory bodies. We have SON. We have NAFDAC. We have regulatory bodies that we can set up. We have Koren. We have Koren. We have regulatory bodies. Even the ones that are in there. We have MAN, the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. When they want to visit, they know how to put everything in place. But once they go back to their bad habits. So sometimes we just pray that God will help us. It's everywhere, ma. It's not only in Nigeria. There are some phones that you buy from, I won't mention. But once you plug it, the thing will just do, pow. What do? Do you go back to enter plane of using about 1.2 million naira to buy ticket and say you want to go and change it? No. So let's just pray that God will help our regulatory system. And then the second question had to do with okay, I think it was a contribution from the engineer that talked about where you did your IT in UK. I think you made a contribution. Sir, I think you made a contribution. Yes, I'll get your question. I wrote it somewhere. So let's look at the third one, waste from kitchen and solid waste. Now we have a lot of research going on solid waste, being used as biogas, being used as digesters, digestrates. We have research now where you can convert your kitchen waste, your solid waste as fertilizers in agriculture. A lot of research have been done on solid waste, solid water, anything waste, liquid. They are being used, they are using them now to generate energy. So you can go online, you will see a lot of research works being done using solid waste and some kitchen waste, waste from toilets, waste from everything. They are being diverted as digesters. They produce biogas from them to generate, and they even use them for fertilizers now. So you find all those online. So we can actually look at ways in which we can convert some of this waste into very useful, useful things in life for us. What are we doing in class? How can we transform what we are doing in class into sustainability issues? It's research. It has no other way out. We just have to research. We just have to sit down critically and think. Just like the students sat down and thought that, how can we make work easier for Reverend Mother? Why not let's generate a software where she can do attendance? So we just have to sit down and think and do research. Research is the key to innovation. Research is the key to impact. Everything boils down at research, research, and research. And people in the street, Dr. Makuku, people in the street. Yes, I watched a video recently that went viral of some miscreants under the bridge, a major bridge. And they were chiseling the column of the bridge. They were chiseling them. They had even started like 2 years ago. It's not recent. You can imagine miscreant chiseling column that was carrying a bridge where motor vehicles were running over. Why? Because they wanted to remove the scrap of the reinforcements. But thank God, we just have to be our brother's keeper. They come there every night. They don't go during the day. It was not a during the day work because we could see that one person used this touch phone to project into where the other boy was chiseling, and they were chiseling, and they were chiseling. And somebody saw them and went straight to the authorities to report them. So the people set up a task force. Lagos State set up a task force, and they carried all of them. So I think that's just the way out. There's hunger and there's poverty in the land. People are looking for every means to make money. People are looking for everything to make money. May God help us. And then we can also start vocational skills for some of these boys. We have a vocational school in Nigeria, in Ekpe, where they bring in people who are on hard drugs. Once they rehabilitate them, they send them into that vocational school to go and learn bricklaying, to go and learn construction work, to go and learn carpentry, to go and learn woodwork, to go and learn barbing, to go and learn hair making. So they send them there into those vocational schools. So I think that's also another way out for people, miscreants, who destroy, our structures on the street. Thank you very much.
Our keynote speaker, the person of Professor Olatokunbo. Please, can we once again to appreciate Professor for the comments and insightful presentations. Please, at this very moment, we want to please acknowledge some of our dignitaries who have just joined us. First of all, Professor Erastus, please welcome once again. Can we please appreciate Professor Erastus? Then we have Professor Clinton also with us. Please, audience, if you can please join me, acknowledge and welcome Professor Clinton. Then Professor Twala is also with us. Please, if we can once again acknowledge Professor Twala. Then we have Dr. Douglas also with us. Then
Matthew is my name.
Dr. Matthew, thank you so much for coming. Okay, please, because of time constraints, we cannot take further questions. We want to invite Dr. Violet Makuku to give us a very brief presentation. So, Dr. Violet Makuku, please.
Thank you. Okay, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm coming with my second session and presentation. First of all, because of what happened yesterday, I think I was now in a rush for time, but there's something I wanted to share. Please, can I have my slides for yesterday? Okay, so let's go to the slide in blue, the round circle in blue. Thank you. So we are talking about our theme on equitable quality education, a strategy to promote lifelong learning for all. Remember, yesterday, I touched on a number of important documents. I also touched on quality assurance. And even from Prof's past immediate presentation, there are key issues which she touched on. Transformation, let me just give it in summary that she has given us one slide where she was talking about transformation, transforming the teaching methods, transforming the curricula, And also, we need to transform the whole education system. Can I have the blue circle, please? Not this one. Okay, so now, there's also a slide which she showed data. She showed data on that one. And so data is something very, very important. But everything else lies with the leadership. But also, the leadership may be correct, but those who are supposed to help in the implementation are a challenge. And so you find the issue of equity in terms of pushing us to collaborate, pushing us to cooperate, pushing us to communicate effectively. All these C's are required in order for us to achieve the outcomes that we need. Right now, the past presentation showed us a myriad of challenges, and those call upon different stakeholders to come together. Equitable distribution of tasks, equitable push of knowledge, skills, and information that can get up there is important. Because even what I said, we are in universities, but yesterday we agreed that our community engagement could take us to primary schools, could take us to secondary schools. Our research could take us to primary schools, secondary schools, and whole communities. Because the issues which we are deliberating on here, they don't require one person, one sector. It's everybody, all hands on deck for things to happen. So suppose our leadership is okay, we need to process, make sure that we manage our processes. The engineer talked about existing gaps. Where are the gaps? Communication and dissemination. Policy implementation. In fact, on a lighter note, I want to tell you that in some countries I've heard that, you see, madam, on the map, this road is indicated as tarred road, but when you go on the ground, it's still not completed. That's how bad it can get to be in some of our countries. Monitoring and evaluation. So we also have the issue of customer management. Although we are in the higher education, higher and tertiary education, we still need to think broadly of our customers, including those who can't pay for our services. Because I look at a situation where Prof was talking about all these ills which came from the floor. If we don't have voluntary services, of some people volunteering their small money to do flyers, pamphlets, and to go and push some other sector, is it the municipal assembly or what to say? Let's do a few road shows. Now, what pains me is what we use for TikTok. I can come up just posing at a beach like this, naked. It's not a crime, but we can do better things. What is China doing? When you go to TikTok, you see them showing us these young people, 6 years, 8 years, can do pedicure and manicure. They can do cooking. They can do sewing. Here, you may refuse, but I want to assure you that in China, this is done by children less than 10 years old. Who can dispute that? They do it. All these things, they are done by young children in school. And then that is what we are now trying to say in our secondary schools, in our pre-tertiary, and what we are teaching these things. We need to move faster. Workforce engagement, I think I linked it with process management. And then knowledge management, again, it's part of it. We do the researches, we are done. What do we do with the research findings? You know, ethically, we are even supposed to disseminate copies or bring together those people who were our interviewees, participants, respondents. But sometimes we don't even do it. Do you know that there's something what we call policy briefs of all these good papers, excellent ideas? How many of you are thinking of writing policy briefs? A policy brief should just be like 1 page or so. Because where you are going to land it on somebody's desk, that person does not have time to read your 15-page research. You just need to state what is the problem. What did you find out? What are the recommendations? And you go, follow it up with passion. And take it to the rightful people. Is it for the Lands Commission? Is it for agriculture? Is it for engineering? Is it for the Ministry of Labor? Is it for the Ministry of Youth? Take it there. And you see, gradually, some of the things are absorbed into policy. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot be ivory towers. But if we do things in-house, the research in-house, the promotion in-house, we become ivory towers. We need to take these things out. Policy briefs, communicating your research results, sacrifice your time. Find people, a webinar. These days, technology is good for us. Someone will also take it. The education and awareness is important. Let me move quickly because there are certain things I want to demonstrate. Go to the next slide, please. Next slide. So you find that on my next slide, we are still having quality assurance at the center of everything. And what are these? You don't want double standards. You don't want to lack integrity. Integrity is at the core. Prof was talking of honesty and things like that. We talked about corruption yesterday. We talked about these ills of ethnicity, politics, and religion. Even religion, which is meant to be a good thing, can turn out nasty. So what do we do then? We really need to consider that we push everything. Transparency is needed. Accountability is needed. I just want to ask you just one simple question. Why is it that in the developed world things work? I know, of course, they have their own slums and these other areas. Those who have been to some of the developed countries can testify that they also have undeveloped areas, slums, and so on. But generally, their systems do work. They catch you through a traffic light. They deliver that to your home. And all these things, policies are there. Systems, implementation are major challenges. But our quality assurance is the one which can help us to do all these things like process optimization, rising efficiency, greater control of what you are doing, and also better turnaround time. I was asking yesterday, so for you, what is your turnaround time when you say it's in the pipeline? Is it 1 meter, 1 centimeter, or 7 meters? So let's go to the one on curriculum, and then I think I end it there and go on to the demonstrations which I want to make for you today. Please, let's move to the one on curriculum. It has got 4 circles. 4 circles. It has got a ring and 4 circles. Right. Yesterday, I talked a lot about curriculum. Those in the universities, you don't have to look elsewhere to say that I don't know what comes into our minds. The curriculum needs to be changed. We are using colonial curriculum. The methodology needs to be changed. We need to make sure it's learner-centered. But we who are talking about those things are the ones who have autonomy to do it. Where does program design start from? It starts from the department. Am I wrong, Prof? It's the departments which are responsible for designing new programs. It's those departments which are also responsible for reviewing old programs so that you remove that which is not useful anymore and upgrade your program so that it remains relevant. I look at quality as transformation, quality as relevance, where you need to work on it and always be in a transformative mode, even transforming yourself through this lifelong learning which we are having here. So, assess the educational needs. We now know them. Even working backwards with the primary and secondary, the issue of language, let me tell you, just 2 months ago, we tried to employ somebody for communications. I contacted the University of Communications, the one which has been amalgamated and merged. They gave me about 50 names. I also looked around for other people. You know, we couldn't even get one out of more than 150 people. We just wanted one communication officer. I said, just write a paragraph. What came out there? The shorthand, like, not even the pidgin of Nigeria have I seen that. No. You can't read it. And the shorthand is not formalized anyway. Everybody now has their own shorthand and what, but they feel it normal. Somebody was telling me, hey, as a lecturer, I received a whole essay, many essays, which had shorthand, I couldn't mark them. Where are we getting it wrong? Where are the gaps? So we need to assess the educational needs. If it means going to work with other stakeholders outside the higher education, let's meet NACA in Ghana, let's meet St. Louis, let's meet what? In Zambia, let's also meet those others who deal with secondary and primary education. Work something together because piecemeal will not get us anywhere. Design robust curricula and programs with specific outcomes and standards. Now you hear the one which they are calling competence-based, but for me as an educationist, I'm speaking lowly. There's no difference. Competence-based curricula is the same as the usual curricula because even when we were talking of objectives, the objectives are to do what? Are to accomplish something. Learning takes place when there's change in behavior. And those things, they were in there, which are called competencies. They are the same competencies. Anyway, gather feedback from learners and other stakeholders. I've talked about it. Use feedback to modify programs, teaching, learning, and assessment approaches. I want to say that sometimes we know the solutions, but we don't want to engage and do the right things. Sometimes we are also ignorant, we don't know. But let me tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the world, I underscore, throughout the world, the university recruitment framework is flawed. It's flawed because I just want to say We want a professor of epidemiology. We want a professor of soil science. Do you get me? But they are coming to teach how they are coming to teach. Some are lucky to have had a double major at honors degree or a master's degree, that they graduate with the content area and the pedagogy. But it's unfortunate for those who could be doctors and professors meant to teach, but they don't even know the foundations of education. Sociological foundations, psychological foundations, philosophical foundations of education. These ones are important because the philosophy asks us key questions on what is it that you want to teach and why are you teaching that content? How do you teach it? The psychology prepares us to know that we have different students, we have different approaches to teaching, and we have different behaviors of students, and we need to take these learner-centered, teacher-centered approaches. Know the difference. They don't know. The third one, sociological foundations. What are the real issues? This is simple. It's linked to the SDGs. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are one such person without an education background, go and do a postgraduate diploma in tertiary education. Go and do something with education. Attend workshops of the learner-centered approach. Attend workshops on blended teaching and learning, plus the learner-centered approach. It helps you not to cheat students. Because now, if we continuously talk about it, we need to change our teaching and learning methods. 2019, Ghana passed the law that any person from that time going forward, they were supposed to be having a teaching qualification of some sort. Now, the policy, it has even gone through parliament. How many of us, is the enforcement, is the compliance, is what all these are quality assurance things. So if nobody is pushing on compliance through enforcement, you find that even now, lecturers are still being recruited, and they think their best lecturer was the one who gave them notes. But it's quite unfortunate. Give students work to do, guide them. You are a facilitator, you are a tour guide. But we want so much, particularly when we are teaching the masters, their managers of what, we really want them to demonstrate to them that we know. But you know theory. Have you ever been to a bank? No. They work in banks and companies. Set up something that is learner-centered so that they discuss their real challenges at the workplace where you have never been to. But you are talking this theory, that theory. We need to change our approaches. And for us to do that, we also need to continue with lifelong learning. PGDTE is part of lifelong learning. Right now, I'm going to introduce you to something. Artificial intelligence. Again, it's there under our sub-themes, and I'm going to handle it. Please, can you show me the Bloom's taxonomy? That diagram which you showed first. So you find that for us, so far as we don't know who is Piaget, depending on the country you come from. In my country, we call him Piaget. Some call him Piaget. Some call him, but it's Jean Piaget, that gentleman who came up with the different stages of development of an individual. For me, even for curricular design, that is the most important things lecturers, whether you have an education background or not, you are supposed to know in order for you to contribute in a better way to curricular development, in order to contribute meaningfully in your teaching. Now, you see, the people who have done injustice all the time are the people who push us to the Bloom's taxonomy without telling us where it came from. The Bloom's taxonomy came from Jean Piaget's experiment with his children, where he was looking at this age, what can they do? At this age, what can they do? So he came up with 4 levels. But I'm just going to touch and jump for you to know that as we are looking at this and link it with AI, what is happening currently. So there are times when he's talking about the cognitive development. Cognitive development is the development of the mind, which now leads to the development of our affective domain and our psychomotor skills, the ability to move. Without that, he postulated that at the age of 15, I underscore, at the age of 15, unless you had a head injury or you have Down syndrome, you should be able to do everything which is on the Bloom's taxonomy. But we are wasting students' time. Even those who work in the regulatory bodies and accreditation bodies, sometimes they are arguing with lecturers who are doing the right thing. Can I tell you what they are saying? First-year students are normally how old? First-year students. How old are they under normal circumstances? 19, I thought so too, 18, 19. So you find that the misinterpretation comes like this. Now you see how we derive the Bloom's taxonomy. It's being derived from Piaget's theory of cognitive development. At lower levels, 0 to 4 years, 5 to 11 years, and so on, 15 going, a person can do so much. And at a certain level, they can't do certain things. So that's why you see this is the lowest level, remembering. And even our kindergarten, we are just asking them to draw and write because our major concern is to help them develop the psychomotor skills. Now, when we come to this, you now find in the university, they are saying first year, they should be able to remember and understand, full stop. A 19-year-old. Second year, they apply. Third year, fourth year, they analyze, evaluate, and create. What a lie. What a lie. At university level, every student should be able to do all that is on the Bloom's taxonomy, from remembering to creation. Ghanaians, when I try to talk to you, you won't give me the answers. But I will tell you, who are those girls who managed to design something on robotics that could be used at the harbor? Which school in Ghana? Methodist High School. Where did they win the first prize? Where did they win the prize? In the United States of America. But how old are Form 2 girls? They were Form 2 girls then. Yes. But But they could design something which took them to the developed world and win. So let's remove these things from the barriers. Let's have better understanding of things so that we can help our students instead of dragging them backwards. I link up with what I've told you. These are produced by primary school children, and you are buying them for a fortune. Let's try and truly transform our education system. Now, coming on to lifelong learning, I want to tell you that I've told you, go and do a postgraduate diploma or go and do a workshop on learner-centered teaching skills, but also go and do AI, artificial intelligence. Once again, I underscore, don't punish students. It's you who don't have the required things in place. So part of the lifelong learning is for you to go and befriend the Y.com generation. Thank you, Sister Reverend, for bringing those. Let's clap hands for her. She is empowering the youth. She loses nothing. She has everything to gain. Let's guide them. Let's allow them. They have a lot that can transform our education system. Now, I'm now on artificial intelligence. Regarding artificial intelligence, there is nothing. We used to say, remember, we give them notes, and the others would say, for these notes, I want them word for word. Then what shows the understanding? If they give you in their own words, then it shows that they've understood. But some lecturers would say, if you miss my comma where it was in the exam, I give you a 0. What kind of a lecturer? So, AI now has come to do all. AI can do all. And now my key question is, if artificial intelligence can do all on the Bloom's taxonomy, where maybe you used to give notes and now tell them to apply, what are you now going to assess them on? How are you now going to assess them? We need to change our assessment methods like yesterday. Right now we are fighting students that they turn it in, let's see who has done it. You cannot discourage them to use it. You cannot stop them from using it. You cannot also stop industry, because industry has already taken it. You need to give the skills to the students on appropriate prompting, appropriate, responsible, and ethical use. Acknowledge. Yesterday I said they are even afraid of acknowledging because they fear you. That if I acknowledge, I get a 0. And you go to pay thousands and thousands to detect. They also have ways of punctuating their AI-produced work so that Turnitin can never pick it. They are ahead of you. You, instead of fighting a change whose time has come, go with it. So, I want to do a demonstration, and you tell me what's wrong with it. For example, students, or you, right now you are in here. Right now I was also sitting on my chair, scribbling my notes. And you know what? In less than 1 minute, I've already turned my notes into text. I'll show you. Is there anything wrong with that? You have some idea, but you want to come up with a framework and a diagram, but you don't know where to start from. You take all your ideas, type them, and say, please, can you do me a framework that can work? And then the framework comes. You can even say, animate my framework so that it can be mobile and what have you, and more real. It does it. What's wrong with that? You have 30 pages. You push them into an AI tool to say, summarize for me. It summarizes for you, but you also need now to, don't humanize with the humanizing tool. This time, your personal input is needed, because that's where the students will fail. Can I ask you, remember we were fighting the calculator version of the mathematics exam. Do you remember? But do they all pass that exam, even with the calculator? They don't. So let them use AI. But now you are awarding marks for input, for context. You push them in a corner in a way. You try and make sure that acknowledgements and things like that, correct prompts, because those are the competencies which are needed by industry, not to stop them from using it. So now I'm going to the back. Unfortunately, you won't see me, but you'll be seeing my manipulations here. Thank you, thank you. Yes, let's connect. Where can I sit? Okay. We don't have time, but I just want to demonstrate to you some of the few things which we could do with our students. How do I connect?
The internet.
Okay, so now I'm going to. No, it's already there. No, it's not the page.
Wait. You can use this slide. You can go there. Or you want to do it from here? No. You can use the pointer so it will work. You can be there to work.
She wants to use live presentation.
Okay, so let's start with what I did this morning. So I had yesterday's notes which I scribbled, and I saved my notes. So what is also key is for us to know that there are a lot of these tools. Some, for example, Grammarly. Why would you penalize a student for using Grammarly? Grammarly is an AI tool that helps you to correct grammar, punctuation, and correcting all these other things that may not be okay as you do your write-up. So there are many of them. Some are used for references. What's wrong with a student using Mendeley to push in their references? And it even asks you, do you want the APA or the other alternative? What is also important is, if then they've managed to use Mendeley, that's how we are imparting the skill. If they are able to download Mendeley, download Grammarly, and use it for its purpose to the accurate point, then we need to award them marks for that, because industry wants money. Industry and companies, they know value for money as time. So today, if somebody is given a task to come up with a strategy, and they don't come up with a strategy in 2 days, when somebody can come up with a meaningful strategy in a day, who will retain the job position? The one who has come with it. So now I will type co-pilot because it's the one that I want to use. So on my co-pilot, it's very simple. I think you can follow from the screen. Don't look back and check on me. I'm here. Okay? So, what I'm going to do with the co-pilot is I want to ask, as a quality assurance person, I want to ask a co-pilot this question. Is here? Okay. It's greeting me. So I can also be polite and say to it, kindly give me the core components of quality assurance in higher education. So I have it. Right. Can you see now? It's giving me the core components of quality assurance in higher education are vision, mission, strategy, and then it tells me governance and management, human and financial, infrastructure, facilities. Let me rush to the next. Now, I ask it, kindly do me a diagram. Sorry. I won't do much. I'm almost done. Sir. Kindly do me a diagram of a framework using the above information. Let me do me a colored. When I add colored, it's even different. If I just say a diagram, it comes. But if I say colored, then it will come with colors illustrating things. That's how, so the more accurate the prompts, you will see what comes there. Okay? So it's thinking like a human being. Look at what it has given me. It's coming, it's coming. So now I don't know how to enlarge this. But can you see now? Yes, my diagram is now there. But there's something I now want to do. So if I download it, can you see? Thank you, Prof. And say, that is my diagram now. But there's something else. Imagine text. You saw my text and you see what the text has been converted to. I want to save it because I'm thinking that there's something which I've forgotten. Okay? So, copy, and I'll just paste it in a file. to just make it quick. Right. So it's pasted there, Copilot in my Sarawat. I go back again. There's something I did. I forgot to put stakeholders. Do you see? Now, I'm prompting it to say, so it say add image. If I don't add this image, it won't pick. So my image is here, and I'm uploading it. You see? There. It's taking my image. It's taking my image. Right. My image is there. What do I want? Kindly add all the stakeholders. I can, if there was time, I could write more. But let's see now what we are having. It should come. It has included the internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. It's still working on it. It's here. You see? Now. Oh, I did it too fast. It has come. All the stakeholders on the right, they are now there. So it's a lot that we need to teach. These are the things in engineering, in agriculture, in what? Teach them. How do we use robotics? How do we do these things? From theory to practical. We can use our AI depending on what you want to do. So now I'm doing the last one, Copilot AI. I'm taking this clean page. I'm now doing something different in the interest of time. Okay, it has come. I click Microsoft Copilot. I could use Cloudy, I could use any other. It's coming. It has come. So where I have my star, I'm adding an image. You will be surprised that what I'm adding right now are my notes which I scribbled yesterday. Written script changed to typed notes. So I'm uploading my script and I give an instruction. Kindly change to text. But did you see my script? It's here. This one. Do you see even the way I was writing? SNIT should help with pension funds, corporate reforms, skills gaps. And if I go, where did I do it? Here. If I go back, I've closed it. But basically, that is it. I tried to show you that with my script, you saw it, the script that is actually handwritten. And you saw what I showed you. And here now, that script which is scribbled, I've uploaded it. And you saw SNIT, you saw these things. Are they not the things that you are seeing here? It can even correct spelling mistakes and grammar. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, because of time, all my notes, SNIT is here, and pension funds is now already text. So these are the lots of things that we can actually do with AI. Don't fight with it. let's teach our students so that they can be fit for industry. There's a lot. I spent 2 weeks in UK certain just doing a lot of this AI. And now for staff, both teaching and non-teaching staff, they have a lot to benefit from artificial intelligence. Thank you. So not everything about it is bad.
Thank you so much, Dr. Violet Makuku, for your excellent and practical presentation. In fact, the audience are so much happy and glad to hear your presentation. Please, it's question time. We want to allocate 5 minutes for questions. Then, fortunately, our snack is ready also.
Thank you very much. I believe conference attendance has dual objectives. You learn, and people learn from you. Prof, we learn a lot from this. I learned a lot from this. The first time I'm seeing co-pilot. I know AI, but co-pilot is the first time. Therefore, I will say thank you very much, and I will further my study on this aspect so that at least other people will learn from me. Thank you very much, Doc.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Makuku. Well, I always learn from you for the past, 3-4 years since we got to know you. We always learn new things from you. Yes, colleagues, the AI has come to stay, and it is going to develop. Me, the old man standing here, I have learned 28 of them, and I'm still learning. So I encourage you to continue learning them, please.
Thank you very much. It's good to see some practicals taking place. Just one question. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I have to stand. Yeah, just, Doc, I want to ask one more question on the, we have diplomas in postgraduate diploma in teaching. Yeah, teacher, okay. So now we are taught pedagogy, which you said is up to 15 years. Now, why are we not having, what do you call it, Andro? What's the one you do for adult education? What is it called? Huh? Andro something, is it? Yeah, there's a word for it anyway. So why don't we teach these people who teach at universities andrology? Yeah, andragogy. Yeah. So why not focus on andragogy? I don't know what you need to do with because pedagogy is, comes from pediatrics, so it's much small. Yeah? Now, if we are going to teach people at the university, and we want to teach them everything, plus, they must think beyond what is there, including incorporating the AI things. Yeah, so why don't we change our methods of teaching that postgraduate diploma for these lecturers so that they don't focus on the early childhood education, but on the higher education as we are? So that's my question. But I'm sure you can answer it. But
Thank you very much, Prof. I want to clarify. Thank you even for asking, because a lot of people could go with that perception. So when we do the educational foundations and education in general, we cover all this. There are some which apply at all levels. For example, if I say philosophical foundations of education, we are just being told of which are the available teaching methods and which ones are the best. So we have the traditional teacher-centered, those are the broad categories, and the modern constructivist teaching methods. These ones, you find them even when you are doing andragogy. You will still need to tell people that the constructivist approach is the best. For example, I say, up to now, people say 4x plus 3y. Why are you not saying two shirts and 3 blouses? And you go to calculate. It brings closer to reality for our students. Those are some of the things we need to change. But then the bigger picture too is that within, I said it's not the Bloom's taxonomy, where every facilitator who knows what they are doing should start from. They should start from explaining, where did the Bloom's taxonomy come from? I'm going to give the name, it will be written, and you go and read on your own to understand in the interest of time. So with that, the psychological foundations, sociological and philosophical foundations, we need to go and read them. Of education, don't go and read sociology, psychology, and philosophy. No, it's different from of education. Psychological foundations of education, philosophical foundations of education, and sociological foundations of education. Then you will find that at 15 years and above, people can articulate any complex things that are displayed on the Bloom's taxonomy. That's what I said. And so the greater part, it requires time. We can talk at tea break. Thank you.
Dr. Violet Makuku, another comment.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that insightful presentation. My question is that we were told that the Bloom's taxonomy is an approach in teaching pedagogy. It guides you to set questions, your learning outcomes, and also developing of your learning or module materials. Now, how can this be harnessed to guide students on how to use prompts in AI? That is one of the questions. Then the second aspect of it, what is your suggestion or recommendation regarding the ethical procedure in citation, in citing AI in terms of research, or if it's been adopted in developing a term paper or a journal article? Because most universities don't accept the citation of AI, and most people use AI in developing their articles, strengthening their grammars, and AI is not being cited. What is the university doing about, because I know plagiarism is one of the, it's a serious crime in education or in the university environment. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so there was, Prof, mine has to do with the use of Grammarly. In fact, I have tried and tested it. Unfortunately, when you use Grammarly to correct these grammatical errors in your article, it flags, plagiarism flags it as 100% plagiarism. So please, how do we address that one too?
Okay, thank you. Mine will be more of a contribution. My brother was making emphasis about the ethical use of AI. Personally, when sometimes I write papers, before I give it to someone to review the papers, I upload the paper to AI, and I tell AI to act as an editor, as a professional reviewer in the field, and critique it and suggest ways which I can use to strengthen the paper. When AI gives such suggestions and I incorporate those suggestions in the work, I don't think I am abusing the use of AI. But as Prof was emphasizing that we should not discourage we students from using AI. but rather we should also educate students how, when the result comes, how they will be able to apply it. I have one professor from the University of Cape Coast. He has developed a software called Kanokre. When you use AI to do the work, he doesn't care. Once you submit the work to him, the system itself will give you questions. And once the system gives you the question, you cannot minimize that page that you cannot copy, you cannot do anything. So once the assignment you have submitted, the Kanokre, app will give you questions from the assignment you have submitted. And when you are answering, it will give you a time, a very short time, and it will be practical question in relation to what you have submitted. The moment you finish, if it is an assignment that someone did for you, the moment you finish and you are submitting, it will take your photograph and emboss it on the assignment. So once it gets to him, he will get to know that, first of all, the assignment, whether it was done by you or was not done by you. If it was done by AI, that means that the score you get in the assessment will be low. So that gives him a clear guideline that, oh, this person used AI and does not have the proper understanding of what he or she did. So it gives him an upper hand in assessing you. So if AI was used, how ethical was it? So in as much as we are also discouraging the use of AI, there are ethical ways to also go by using AI. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doc, for the question. Please, I want to engage the online participants. I want to take read a question from Dr. Gariba from Nigeria, and it reads, "Good morning. This is a wonderful section so far. I'm very excited with the topic. My comment is that Bloom's taxonomy is very effective in teaching and learning as far as the aims, objectives, and learning outcomes are expected to put into practice. And how does this Bloom taxonomy, attached with emerging technology like AI, micro-learning, online learning, LMS, and etc., deliver the teaching and learning?" Please, we take the last question, then, Doc, you're okay with it? Okay. So, Doc, please, if you can address these concerns, then we take a snack break. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very glad because you made that submission and somebody still online made a similar submission. Now, how many of us know what we call a qualifications framework? Please show by raising your hand. How many of us know what is called a qualifications framework and what does it do?
The one I know is that it categorizes different qualifications. Let's call them certificates from a lower one to the higher one, and determines at what level each qualification falls.
Thank you. And then a qualifications framework also gives us the attributes and the competencies that a person should have if they are finished with their diploma, if they are finished with their honors, masters, and what have you. That's why you realize that when you set a program for accreditation, GTEC, to HEA, and to Council of Higher Education in South Africa, you find that they may return the program to you and tell you that it is not meeting the attributes of the level. You may label it a master's, but when you go through it, you see that it's actually an honors or something like that. So the Bloom taxonomy has got a lot of work, but what we use it for is a lot. Even coming up with those qualifications frameworks, which categorize qualifications, we base on the Bloom's taxonomy. Coming to our colleague, he says, how can it be used to guide students in AI? I've said that if you see the work that I did, you can actually see that it has got different complexities, is it not? The first one, I simply typed 4 to 5 words to just say, give me the aspects for a quality assurance framework. I just typed that. Simple. It's a low-level order that I've done. And so if it gives me, it means if my student gets it, it's 2 marks, I award 2 marks. Let's go to the next level. Convert this content to what? To a diagram. So somebody, to a framework. Somebody can say to a diagram. There's a difference between a general diagram and a framework. And so when I tell my students, it could be even in construction, agriculture or what, but I'm teaching them using what? AI. I now say to them, all right, go to the next one and make sure you have something tangible, a diagram or what you may call it. Then depending on what they type, you saw that I left stakeholders. Somebody may even include stakeholders. And so who gets more marks? We are at a much higher level of now using that content to prompts. I'm emphasizing on the change of our assessment methods and what we are now assessing. But all this can be done within all the disciplines. He now talked about plagiarism. It's not a problem. Do we know what happened when Wikipedia came? When you cited that you got this from Wikipedia, you were discredited. But very soon, somebody got a solution. Do you remember? What was the solution? You may use Wikipedia, but when you get into Wikipedia and it gives you the information you want, go and check for the source from Wikipedia. And now people knew Wikipedia is a tool. But when I go there, I need to take a step further to authenticate my work by saying, where did Wikipedia get this information from? Same. And then you take that, you reference the author and what, but you are not yet done. Because now, for AI, it's 2 phases. You do the first phase like what we were doing with Wikipedia. You go now to check the real author or the real source of this newspaper or this article, and then you cite it. After that, you now say if it is in AI, acknowledge that my references have been enabled through AI. You need to get 100% if possible. It's because of what I told you yesterday and today, that the people who are teaching are supposed to be ahead of the students. But unfortunately, the students are ahead of them. And they are fighting students, they are fighting AI, and at the end of the day, we are the devils, as the lecturers and so on. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Violet Makuku, for clarifying the issues. Thank you so much. Professor Chair, with your leave, we want to take a 5-minute snack break. With your leave. Please, audience, thank you so much. We want to please take a break, a snack break. The snack is ready for 5 minutes, between 5 to 10 minutes, because we are racing against time. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is once again Dr. Misheng'u Augustina from Wafurizu College of Education in Sugbe, Anambra State, Nigeria. And I'm presenting a paper on this. I'm presenting a paper on guidance and counseling interventions as predictors of equitable access to quality education and lifelong learning opportunities among secondary students of Anambra State, Nigeria. Yesterday, when Dr. Makuku was she dealt so much on quality education, and while talking, she made a mention of some factors when well put in place will promote and enhance quality education. And today I want to say that guidance and counseling interventions is one of the factors that when put in place will enhance quality education and lifelong learning opportunities. Okay. Okay. Access to quality education and lifelong learning is a necessary, fundamental pillar of development. Yet, inequalities in school, social and economic support continues to derail students' learning and employment journey. Structural inequality disproportionately affects marginalized students groups, limiting their ability to reach full academic potential. Guidance and counseling could be said to play a very significant role in solving these problems. using some of the interventions of counselings. When well implemented, it raises student self-concept, resilience and self-esteem. Many students in Anambra State continue to face educational inequalities, socioeconomic disadvantages, psychosocial challenges, and career uncertainties. These barriers hinder personal development, social mobility, and sustainable development. Most of the times, why I'm saying this is I'm opportune to be having one-on-one contacts with some students in the higher institution where I teach. So you find out that most of these students, before coming into the school, some of them come from socioeconomic disadvantaged groups. Some already have psychosocial challenges and other problems, which they were not met even before they come into the College of Education. And they came with College of Education, into the College of Education, and you find out that these students assessing quality education becomes a problem. So, while research globally established a value of counseling in promoting educational quality, there is a limited evidence within the context of secondary schools in Anambra State, Nigeria. So this study examines the predictive value of guidance and counseling intervention, such as academic guidance, career counseling, psychosocial support, in contributing to equitable access to equitable education and lifelong learning opportunities. The study is pinned on the theory Please can help me operate it from there. It's very difficult, please. The study is grounded on the Bromferon's ecological system theory of 1979, which posits that students' academic growth and their lifelong learning are shaped by interacting environmental systems. From the immediate school counseling, that is the microsystem, that is school counseling units, the academic guidance, career counseling, and psychosocial support, down to the microsystem. So the student's life is shaped by the ecological systems. Then the research method. The survey research was employed to assess existing relationship between variables without manipulation. A random sampling technique was used to draw 150 secondary school students from the urban and rural schools across Anambra State, Nigeria. Structured questionnaires measured 5 key constructs: academic guidance, career counseling, psychosocial support, equitable access to quality education, and lifelong learning opportunities. These instruments were validated. Then the questionnaires were administered directly by the researcher and the trained assistants. Multiple regression analysis was used to test the hypothesis. Then the model fit was evaluated using the R1, R2 ANOVA, and the collinearity diagnostic tolerance, both on standard and standardized coefficients were reported. Let's look at the respondent demographics. The gender, the female respondents outnumber the male respondents. The school types were well distributed across the public, private, and the mission-owned institutions. Then, the 2 research questions and 2 hypotheses were employed in the course of the study. Then discussion, conclusion, and recommendations. Psychosocial support. The key findings were that the psychosocial support was the strongest predictor of both equitable access and lifelong learning. Then academic guidance was also significant to both outcomes, career counseling, while not significant for equitable access. Together, these interventions are necessary components of inclusive educational development. So one of the recommendations is that improving these interventions will foster an inclusive society where socioeconomic differences are diminished and vulnerable. Students can overcome learning barriers, advancing equitable access to quality education and lifelong learning in Anambra State and beyond. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues and panel members. Okay. I will be presenting on our research that is on the impact of e-learning infrastructure on mathematics education. And I will be specifically focusing on the perceptions of students at CKT UTAS in Ghana. And the topic is infrastructural barriers and the mathematics-specific digital accessibility framework, a mixed method study from Ghana. As we transition deeper into the digital age, understanding how digital infrastructural barriers shapes domain-specific needs like mathematics is increasingly becoming critical. So the COVID-19 pandemic that began in March 2020 forced a sudden shift to virtual learning globally, which was very unprecedented. And whilst this shift was actually challenging everywhere, it exposed some severe digital deficit in Ghanaian higher institutions. Unlike other courses that rely heavily on tests, mathematics depends on symbolic notation, interaction, and then visual feedback, as indicated by research. At CKT UTAX, unreliable internet, the unaffordability of devices, and limited access to mathematics-specific tools like GeoGebra and then AI-assisted technologies hindered student engagement and outcome. Next slide. Okay. Research by Owusu-Fojo et al. Has reported that over 75% of university students face connectivity challenges. Several global studies have actually documented digital divide and how it shapes online learning. However, in the context of mathematics, it's really missing. And then most of these researches actually originate from high-income countries, of which they often propose solutions that are not easily transferable into our context. And generic platforms like Zoom, Google Meet, and that of Teams lacks the real-time equation editing feature that mathematics requires and aids in teaching and learning mathematics online. Against this backdrop, that is where we propose this study to actually investigate how we will be able to implement or come out with domain-specific need of how we will teach and learn mathematics. The primary aim of our research is to examine infrastructural barriers to virtual learning at CKT UTAX. And we were guided by three main objectives. The first objective is to assess the availability and accessibility of e-learning tools for mathematics students and to evaluate how these infrastructural barriers mediate students' academic outcomes and engagement. And the last one is to propose a novel and a transferable framework to guide future instructional design and policy in similar low-resource contexts. Our study is grounded in two frameworks. That is the extended technology acceptance model known as TAM2 that was proposed by Davis and Venkatesh, and then blended learning. The TAM2 posits that before a student can accept the usage of any digital tool, then the students will have to accept that on the perception of the perceived ease of use and then the perceived use. And if we are to transfer this concept into mathematics and the tools that we use in teaching, what it means is that the digital tool should be able to handle complex symbolic input without causing any frustration. But in our context, this perception is always constrained by infrastructure. So we leverage on the blended learning theory that advocates for offline and online modalities. So for blended learning, if we design the instruction in such a way that we be able to bring a bit of asynchronous offline data or resources with a bit of targeted online instruction, it complements and offers a buffer as against the rigorous or the strict nature of purely online lesson. Methodologically, we employed the explanatory sequential mixed method design in order to get a robust understanding of the whole situation, and we sampled 204 mathematics students ranging from level 200 undergraduate students to postgraduate MPhil levels using the stratified sampling. After the quantitative phase, a semi-structured in-depth interview was conducted using 12 respondents that were purposefully selected in order to gain more insight into their lived experiences that they had. The data was analyzed using descriptive statistics, thematic coding, and integrated path analysis via Amos software in order to test the moderating effect of the TAM2's variables as against engagement and then outcome. So on the findings on availability and accessibility of e-learning tools, table 1 and 2 has to do with the results. So table 1, if you look at the mean that we have for the first construct, that is, or the first item, which is 2.98, and then the second one is 3.54. This indicates that there were a landscape of a bit of inconsistencies, as a student actually reported that, yes, they agreed to the fact that they can freely access online platforms to improve their mathematical skills. They were neutral on the issue of being able to afford every e-learning tools that they needed in their virtual learning, and they strongly they disagreed to the fact that campus Wi-Fi didn't actually meet their needs. From the thematic codes, these are some of the themes that were generated as a result of the semi-structured interview, and some of the themes had to do with the two affordability issues, and the excerpt of response that respondents gave is that buying tools and data is a struggle for most students, and connectivity disruptions also cut off due to poor internet, and that affected their focus a bit. Then on the issue of the impact of virtual learning on mathematics outcome, the student agreed to the item that e-learning resource encouraged relational benefits, as it recorded a mean of 2.45, and e-learning promotes independent learning. E-learning increases their interest in tech-integrated courses. Then, except from their responses based on the semi-structured interview, of which themes like symbol input challenges, and they were reporting that typing equations is hard and softwares often fails them, as sometimes if they want to actually ask a question whilst a lecturer is teaching, they find it very difficult to write so that the lecturer can actually get the kind of input that they want to make or the kind of question that they want to put across. And they had some motivational barriers as well. For the path analysis, we realized that infrastructure actually influenced or had a direct influence on perceived usefulness, as it indicated a beta value of negative 0.35, and in effect it also has an effect on the ease of use of that particular device, and that in a way will affect student engagement and then have a significant impact or negative effect on the kind of results that will churn out at the end of the day. For the hypotheses that were tested as to whether high accessibility predicts greater perceived usefulness, that one, the correlation coefficient of 0.42 was recorded, and that indicates it partially supports the claim that those who actually have higher access to devices would, in a way, influence their perceived usefulness, and then students with greater infrastructure barriers tend to prefer blended learning or in-person learning. Okay. So to synthesize this problem, we came out with a framework that we call the Mathematics-Specific Digital Accessibility Framework. And this framework is that once we identify the various barriers that students encounter, which has to do with the symbol input, internet reliability, and other stuff, we try to mediate. And in mediating to help solve that, we have to resort to what we termed as the low-cost tools, digital literacy, and hybrid models, so that these tools should be in a way that they are symbol input compatible. That will help students to also communicate whilst their lecturers are teaching. And then encouraging staff to also adopt blended learning will, in a way, bring out good outcome. So in conclusion, we found that a purely virtual approach without any strong infrastructural backing hinders comprehension and student motivation. And then infrastructural deficit also mediates the success of virtual mathematics education. So we recommend that in future or any subsequent online model that is to be designed, various campuses should try to expand Wi-Fi access and probably negotiate subsidized or zero-rated data for mathematics-specific courses. And then various institutions try to build their curriculum around blended learning so that it will take away the issue of purely online. And future research should provide or try to look at experimental trial of this framework at different levels, and then we see how compatible it is. Thank you.
Please, good afternoon. Please, I'm Isaac Ajenabwedu. On behalf of my authors, I'll be presenting on energy tax, industrialization, and carbon emission. Rethinking of green fiscal policy in sub-Saharan Africa. The whole paper is about how we can use fiscal policies in terms of green tax to mitigate carbon emission. However, industrialization has also been found in literature as a key driver of carbon emission. So as we are using fiscal policies to mitigate the threat of carbon emission, as African countries quest to develop true industrialization, how does industrialization influences this relationship? Yes.
You said what? Entrepreneurship mindset.
So I'm Bakari. So, okay. Okay, starts now. So I'm Bakari. I'm presenting a paper. It's co-authored on entrepreneurship mindset, self-perceived employability, and the mediating roles of education, quality, and entrepreneurial learning behavior. One major thing we've learned here, and which I've learned, and one of those things that we've discussed much, is how we ensure that our students, when they are leaving university, they are employed or they have the required skills. Looking at this, we realize that it's a major topic that is really affecting Africa. We realize that the rate at which universities are growing outpaced the labor market adoption. Telling us that, most especially in emerging economics, we have a whole lot of universities coming up. But does this really match up? When they produce graduates, does it really match up with the labor market over there? Realize that there is a real problem in the labor market. Looking at this, in Nigeria, in 2025, please, the slide, the first one. In 2025, the student enrollment for 2025 stands at 2.5 to 2.8, telling us that every year we have over 2.8 million students. In order to solve this problem, Nigeria government decided through NUC and ITF that we should try as much as possible to inculcate entrepreneurship education into the system, and this was done. All universities were mandated that they should introduce entrepreneurship into their curriculum. The policy was done, it was responded to. But the question we ask now is that, does it really work? We have a lot of universities teaching entrepreneurship education. Day in, day out, students go through the courses. But the question we now ask is that, has there been any change when it comes to students? What we notice that, though the courses has been mandated, the courses are necessary. Entrepreneurship courses are necessary. But it has shown that they are not sufficient to help students or to prepare them for the labor market. Hence, it means there is a missing link there. And that's where the problem comes up. Looking at this, we realize that though we might put it in the curriculum, we might introduce entrepreneurship into the curriculum, but there should be something that should be accompanied with, and that is a psychological or cognitive factor, which is the entrepreneurship mindset. So this study tends to look at how entrepreneurship mindsets affect self-perceived employability through the mediated roles of educational quality and entrepreneurial learning behavior. The study have 3 objectives. The first one, to see how entrepreneurship mindsets affect self-perceived employability, and likewise to see the mediating roles of entrepreneurship, learning behavior, and educational quality, to see how these interact with one another. Next slide, please. This theory, the study is hinged on 2 major theories. We have the socio-cognitive theory and human capital theory. When we talk of socio-cognitive theory, it's just trying to explain a kind of a reciprocal interaction. It's a reciprocal determinism theory that tells us that 3 major factors
impact individual. We have the personal factor, we have the environmental factor, we have the behavioral factor. So this shows that for learning to occur, there should be these three factors there, which are the entrepreneurship mindset, learning behavior, and likewise educational environment. But we realize that despite the fact that social cognitive theory explains those factors, but there's still a problem there, which has to do with the accumulation of resources. So social cognitive theory does not explain human accumulation of resources. So we had to introduce the new theory in order to be sufficient to explain our variables. So when you talk of human capital theory, it's just trying to tell us how accumulation of resources can be translated to human capital, which helps students to build up their self-perceived employability. So we have our conceptual framework, then we have three hypotheses tested. Entrepreneurship mindset has significant relationship. Then the other one is entrepreneurship learning behavior, mediated relationship. And the last one is educational quality, mediated relationship between entrepreneurship mindset and self-perceived employability. Next slide, please. So the research method. We adopted a qualitative approach for the study. Then the sample, we have 424 for the sample. But at the end of the day, we were able to use 376 after cleaning the data. Questionnaire was adopted for collection of data. Then in hypothesis testing, we use the bootstrapping method to test our hypothesis. And likewise, in our data, we use a purposive sampling method. Then the 5-point Likert scale was adopted as well. Next slide, please. So what we did was that because we used the purposive sampling, we had to do a kind of measurement model for us to ensure that our instrument fits in. So what we did was we actually checked for the CFI, the TLL, all these factors. They are just majorly the construct validity, the convergent validity, and the discriminant validity. The essence of this validity is just to ensure that do they measure what they're supposed to measure? Does the scale fit in? And the last one is to ensure that there's no overlapping in the instruments we used. Looking at the construct validity, we have the CFI to be 0.950, the TLI 0.41, the root mean, we have it to be 0.74. Then the last one, we have it to be 0.041. Looking at this range, according to Hare et al. And Hu and Bankland, it is believed that all these measurements fit in. Then likewise, when we're checking for convergent validity, looking at our loading range, we have the Cronbach alpha, then we have the CR, we have the AVE. All these factors, they fit into the required range. And likewise, the discriminant validity. The HT, MT as well, the ratio, they actually fit in. So when we've ensured that the models are fit, so next slide, please. So we went for hypothesis testing. As I've mentioned earlier, the bootstrapping was used to measure the hypothesis. We The bootstrapping, when we did it, it measured the parallel mediation. While the mediation is being measured, likewise it measures the direct relationship as well. So the value is this, and it shows there is a relationship. For the first hypothesis, the hypothesis is supported. We have the beta value to be 0.138, which shows there's a relationship. Then the second one, we have the entrepreneurship learning behavior. The beta value is 0.164. It shows there is a mediation amongst the variables as well. The last value, the hypothesis 3, we have 0.396, which shows relationship as well, that there is mediation. Then looking at our house squared, that's the value of the house squared shows 76.5%, telling us that there is a greater impact. Then the next slide, please. So looking at this, from the results that we've seen earlier, it shows that the values are perfect and there is relationship between our IV and our DV, and likewise, there is mediation between the variables we use. So relying on the theoretical contributions, it shows that SCT and HTC, they have greater impact on the relationship, mostly when it comes to educational quality. Educational quality had a greater impact when it is compared to entrepreneurial learning behavior, telling us that for institutions, we need to invest more on our education quality. Then looking at this, the research measures the pathway. So for further research, we want to encourage that the boundary condition could be looked into. Looking into the boundary condition is the moderation, and likewise to see if self-perceived employability can result to job creation, because it is believed that when you have that spirit and when you have that mindset that you're good, you have that confidence and the competencies that you're good, it creates an opportunity for you outside there. Then the practical implication. Looking at this, we believe that universities and policies makers should invest much in curriculum coherence, assessment rigors, and career preparation as in experiential entrepreneurial learning activities. Looking at this, it should go beyond the classroom. It should be more practicals. When learning is more practicals, it creates opportunity for students because it will definitely build their zeal. Because what we need now is how to build the skills. So they should do this and convert mindset into employability. Thank you.
Okay, please, once again, good afternoon. I'm presenting on energy tax, industrialization, and carbon emission, rethinking of green fiscal policies in sub-Saharan Africa. The whole idea of the paper, as I said earlier, is to look at how we can use fiscal policies to mitigate the threat of carbon emission. As we are also aware that industrialization also influences carbon emission. So as African countries quest to develop through industrialization, how does industrialization influences the relationship between energy tax and carbon emission? Introduction. The world today faces a deepening climate crisis, which is further compounded by the disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic. This has challenged climate change and public health, which has caused a spread of disease vectors, making the environment very fragile for human beings. In addition, we have noted that according to the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, sea level have also risen by at least 19 centimeters in the 19 centimeters and global temperatures by at least 0.5 degrees Celsius in the previous century. In 2023 alone, millions of people were affected by the devastating effect of climate change, of which empirical evidence attribute these climate change issues to greenhouse gas emission, that is carbon emission. This suggests that the threat of carbon emission affects every sphere of life, with even the alarming statistics suggesting that there should be an annual reduction of 7.6% to reduce carbon emission from 2020 to 2030. Due to this, there has been several policy interventions put in place to mitigate the issue. However, African contribute the lowest carbon emission on the continent. But it should be noted that according to Siedu and Kweku 2023, it has the highest carbon intensity, making it vulnerable to climate change and economic disruption. In view of that, this policy intervention are the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate, which aims to promote sustainability and mitigate the threat of carbon emission. In addition, the Paris Agreement, which was adopted in 2015 through a nationally determined contribution, which African countries contributed their quota because of its high carbon intensity. In addition, Sustainable Development Goals 13 also places emphasis on this. Despite these commendable policy interventions in order to mitigate the threat of carbon emission, Siedu and Kweku 2023 also affirmed that the intensity level of Africa is still high, which suggests that there should be several other policies to mitigate this threat. In view of that, in order to complement policy measures, researchers have also explored the means in order to contain the threat of carbon emission. Some have examined the issue from economic growth perspective, while others have also looked at it from the challenges and opportunities. However, an emerging approach that has gained attention in literature is the use of green taxation, particularly energy tax. The proponent of green taxation derives their motivation from the law of demand and the Pigovian tax theory by arguing that if taxes as an additional cost is placed on carbon-intensive products, that means that carbon-intensive products would be expensive, thereby reducing the quantity of emission, of which several empirical evidence have affirmed to this theoretical positioning. However, a critical review of this theory also suggests that when carbon emission does not have close substitute, implementing additional costs will not be able to resolve the issue. This demonstrates that theoretically, there is no clear-cut direction as to whether energy taxes can be used to mitigate carbon emission. So to be able to understand the relationship better in the African setting, it is better to rectify this theoretical proposition based on empirical evidence. In addition, studies about industrialization and carbon emission have also recorded that industrialization influences carbon emission. Similarly, the assumption of situations from the environmental Kuznets hypothesis also suggests that in the early stages of industrialization, carbon emission tends to rise as economies develop and generate revenue through taxation to reinvest them into renewable energy sources. Then it becomes a substitute for these economies to rely on when these taxes are imposed. Despite this sound theoretical proposition, it is quite unfortunate that the empirical evidence examining the moderating effect of industrialization in the energy tax carbon emission relationship is absent in the African literature. In fact, the few studies that have examined this relationship were examined in the advanced economies with different economic structures to the African setting, which the findings from this study cannot be borrowed wholesale into the African setting. Therefore, this study contributes to literature by examining how we can use fiscal policies as in the form of energy taxation by increasing the cost to emit in order to reduce carbon emission as African countries try to develop through industrialization. As I have explained earlier, the theoretical underpinnings are the Pigovian tax theory and the environmental Kuznets hypothesis. For time's sake, we could not bring out all the review under the empirical section here, but these are the few lessons that were learned from literature. It was learned that energy tax carbon emission relationship have largely focused on the advanced economies, that is in literature, with little attention in the African setting. It is also learned that energy taxes can be effective if these revenues are rechanneled into renewable energy sources. Literature have also documented that urbanization, population growth, and GDP per capita also influences carbon emission. In view of this, the study controlled for these variables. Now, this is the methodology, that is the research methodology, and also the definition of the variables and how the variables were measured. That is continue the model specification. Then this is the empirical findings. Before the empirical findings was presented, these were the diagnoses that were done. From the statistical evidence presented in table 2, it is evident that energy tax has a positive effect on carbon emission. But it should be noted that this relationship is statistically insignificant, as affirmed by the p-value. In addition, industrialization also has a positive effect on carbon emission, and the relationship is statistically significant. The moderating effect of industrialization also have a positive effect on carbon emission, and this is statistically significant at 5%, as affirmed by the p-value in there. The control variables, urbanization and GDP per capita, were also found to influence carbon emission, and it is statistically significant. However, population growth was also found to have a negative effect and statistically significant. Now, the observed positive effect of energy tax on carbon emission diverges from the study expectation, as cues from Pigu's theoretical assumption that when energy taxes are imposed on carbon-intensive products, it should have the potency of increasing cost, thereby reducing the quantity of emission. However, the empirical findings from the table suggest otherwise, that it influences carbon emission. This suggests that fossil fuel, which is a key driver of carbon emission, is an inelastic commodity in the region. So even when you increase the cost to emit by imposing taxes, emitters will still emit, because they do not have alternatives to fossil fuel. In addition, industrialization was also found to strengthen this relationship. Let's go to the statistical evidence presented. You could see that energy tax was positive. However, statistically, it was not significant. But when industrialization came into the picture to interact with energy tax, this relationship became statistically significant, affirming that industrialization drives carbon emission. The question is industrialization bad? Now, this empirical evidence, that is the observed positive effect of energy tax on carbon emission, also contradicts with several empirical findings in the likes of Diogan et al. And 2022. The moderating effect of industrialization in the relationship between energy tax and carbon emission also suggests that industrialization further strengthens this relationship. Empirically, this finding seems to follow earlier studies that suggested that industrialization influences carbon emission, the likes of Amwa et al. 2024, Zank and Zank, and the others. However, it may be inappropriate to affirm or to disaffirm these empirical findings to the earlier studies that also found industrialization positive on emission, due to the fact that these studies were conducted in the advanced economies with different level of industrial activities, different economic structures, different institutional structures. So it is inappropriate to affirm these findings, whereas this study was conducted in the African setting. In addition, the observed positive effect of energy tax on carbon emission also have theoretical implication. From the Pigovian tax theory, Pigus assumes that when energy tax is imposed on carbon emission, it should have the potential of reducing it because it is adding additional cost. However, this finding suggests that it has a positive effect. By extension, this study questions and refines Pigus' theoretical assumption that the alignment of reducing emission is not automatic when consumers do not have alternatives to fossil fuel. Once they don't have alternatives to fossil fuel, this suggests that when the cost to emit even increases, they will still emit, like water. When we increase the cost of water from 50 pesos to 1 cedi, because we don't have alternatives to water, we will still consume that same amount of water we consume a day. In addition, the observed positive effect of energy tax of industrialization in the relationship between energy tax and carbon emission aligns with the environmental Kuznets hypothesis. Due to the fact that Agarana et al. 2022 argue that African countries are still in the early stages of industrialization. Once we are in the early stages of industrialization, the environmental Kuznets hypothesis suggests that because of that, the resources to channel these revenues generated through energy taxation into renewable energy sources is not there. So in view of that, emitters will still emit until policymakers channel these revenues generated from taxation into substitute goods to fossil fuel. Other than that, we will still experience emission. Now, to conclude, the observed evidence suggests that fossil fuel is an inelastic commodity in the region with no available substitute. So, in addition, it should be noted that industrialization further strengthens this relationship. Now, recommendation. It is recommended that policymakers should complement green fiscal policies with alternatives to fossil fuel, so that when taxes are imposed on carbon-intensive activities to reduce carbon emission, emitters will have the alternative to switch. Other than that, they will still emit and pass the cost to consumers. In addition, despite this evidence, despite these findings, industrialization still remains a pathway through economic transformation and economic development. So the study argues that further studies should investigate the threshold and the heterogeneous effects of industrialization on carbon emission, so that African countries, as we develop, do not downplay the importance of industrialization. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm William Otu, representing my senior colleagues. For this section, we are looking at leadership practices, implementation, effectiveness, and challenges in school improvement planning, evidence from senior high schools in Ghana. After TETL, Transforming Teacher Education and Learning project with tertiary institutions in Ghana, it extended its partnership that it had with the government of Ghana to the senior high schools. And the goal was to make leadership more of system thinking than individual brilliance and individual skills that each school may have. So the project was a 3-year project that started in 2023 after a pilot study with some 33 selected senior high schools in Ghana. And part of its goal was to ensure that there was accountability and improvement in learning in senior high schools in Ghana. And what they set out to do was to support the existing senior high schools to come out or carve a vision and mission and goals that are measurable for the activities that they were to do. So evidence of practical implementation remain limited from the works of Agonyo and Donko 2025 and Kusi et al. It indicates that there were a lot of challenges with leadership practices as they gradually get to the end of that partnership that was carried out from 2023 and which is to end this very month. And for some of the secondary schools that are running transition, they will end in September. So the secondary schools that are in single track, They have ended that 3-year session in this August. Then those who are on transition will end theirs in September. Next. So what was the challenge as we set out to look at? We saw that many students focus on leadership style and training needs. Many studies look at leadership styles and training needs. Limited evidence exists on practical SIP implementation. The SIP is School Improvement Plan that the TTEL, together with its partner, that's the government of Ghana, assisted the schools to develop. So what they developed was to develop practical leadership traits, or let's say targets that they themselves considered as achievable within this 3 years time frame. Then they were to also encourage collaborative leadership associated with successful school improvement initiative. So the task was to make sure that there is a collaboration within that space. Can we move on? Aims to evaluate SIP implementation in selected senior high schools in Ghana. Because there are a number of senior high schools, for this study, we said that we will do a selection of some of the senior high schools in Greater Accra and in Eastern Region. Assess implementation quality, examine enabling and constraining factors, measure leadership outcome relationship, and support leadership reflection framework development. So we look at these theories in our study. We look at instructional leadership theory, we look at distribution leadership theory, we look at transformational leadership theory and school effectiveness theory. Leadership participation and evidence use influence outcome. That was the summary of the theories that we did. The methodology, we use cross-sectional survey design. We thought that because the heads of the institutions are the main, let's say, they are the drivers of the system thinking, then we will interact with them with their colleagues in other schools. So we chose 30 heads from Greater Accra and Eastern, and when we did that because of resource constraint. Analysis, we use reliability, correlation, regression, because we have different set of items in our question that we administered. Let's move on. Findings. We realize that school improvement plan implementation is procedurally established. When the system started, the TTEL, together with its partner, that's the government of Ghana, or let's say GES, specifically assigned coaches, or what we call school improvement aides, to help them to establish their plan. And as far as the coaches were present in the school and were monitoring the activities of the schools, they were keeping to the dictate of what they themselves established. So they schedule regular meetings in some schools. Let's say every 3 months they will have a meeting. In some other school, every other month they will have a meeting to appraise the target that they set for themselves. We found out that teaching staff involvement exceeds other stakeholders groups. We're doing our research, we realized that most of the schools, when you get there, the teaching staff were the people who were looking at the school improvement plan, with the non-teaching staff not actively participating because they were thinking that they are not directly involved in improving school performance. We also look at, yes, then when we ran the functional effectiveness of our questionnaire, we saw that 7 out of 9 schools achieve acceptable reliability, but there were a barrier of 2 showing a poor reliability there. So in our recommendation, we looked at increasing the number of heads that we have to look at when we want to do further studies. With our discussion, we we are saying that monetary evaluation practices matter more than participation alone. Data-driven schools report stronger outcome. When the TTL started, we realized that most of the schools were not taking data serious. They were just doing their own thing. And what they will usually do is to just analyze WASI results. But when it comes to the processes that led to the point that they went to write the WASI, you will not have any data on it. So they will just come and analyze and say that this year, this percentage of students had A, this percentage of students had B. As to what exactly they did before they got there, you hardly find those kind of data. Then we also realized that leadership influence outcome through systems and routine. For the program, when it started and the coaches were following up and the team were collaborating in all the things that they were doing, there were visible outcomes where teacher participation and initial, as I said, were very high. But as they progressed in the activity, then other stakeholders started dropping. So for instance, I didn't capture that one here, but initially they were engaging stakeholders like PTA, all students as part of the plan, where they bring them together to come and contribute to the implementation of the program. But as the program cruised to the end of the session, which is this year, most of the stakeholders were no more contacted for the meetings. So, need stronger evidence-based decision. We are saying that though documentation is good, but we want to see more of the system working. For instance, if the head is not in the school, or if those who, like the SIP reported and the coaches are not there, will the system be able to run? So those are some of the discussions that we had. Conclusion. School improvement plans are active, but stakeholder participation remain uneven. I've already mentioned that. Though every month some of the school meets and analyze their target, look at what they were able to achieve, what they were unable to achieve. But you realize that when you get there, per hour interaction, they have left it to a few people to do that, as compared to the initial stage where all students, community members, the chiefs, the assemblymen were all involved in carving out the school improvement plan. Monitoring data use is the strongest predictor of improvement. I've already mentioned that as they started keeping data, realized that because the data will be questioned and the data will be compared, there was some kind of improvement. Leadership reflection framework should prioritize data use. So we are also saying that from our study, because we are thinking of system leadership, then the data become a resource in achieving that. Our futures, we are saying that future studies should extend samples and improve measurement, because the number of secondary schools are many, but because of resource constraint, we are able to do 60 secondary schools. Thank you very much.
Are you passionate about STEM? Are you passionate about STEM education? Well, if you are passionate about STEM education, and I'm sure you've ever asked yourself this question before, how can we get more students to enter into the STEM discipline? But before you ask yourself that question, I think we have to pause and also reflect on something. Friends, if we do not take time, to be like we are using an empty basket to fetch water You dip the basket in the water, you see that the basket is filled with water. But bring the basket out, nothing is left. Good afternoon. Please, I'm John Nketia. I'm here to present on teaching quality and STEM attrition, learning experiences of former senior high school science students in Ghana. I'm doing this on behalf of my senior colleague cohorts. Now back to the illustration. So it's possible you can fetch water with a basket and at the end of the day there will be nothing left. This is what might be happening when it comes to STEM education in Ghana. But maybe you might be wondering, why STEM? Why are we talking about STEM? Friends, whether we like it or not, STEM is the order of the day. STEM education is central to innovation. Today we're talking about AI. Remember, when it comes to technological capabilities, STEM is at the heart of it. Likewise, human capital development also will need STEM as far as this is concerned. Many countries are trying to invest in their STEM education. Is Ghana sleeping? No, we are not sleeping. We have many senior high schools in Ghana that are offering general science program. And the administration that just left, the MPP administration between 2016 to 2024, they also did their very best to build at least 10 STEM senior high schools, which are scattered all over Ghana. One very close to us as Legon here. Apart from the senior high schools that they built purely for STEM, we also have 20 STEM centers that were started during the previous administration. So at least Ghana is also trying to do its best as far as STEM education is concerned. However, friends, when it comes to the transition between moving from the senior high school to the university, this period is key because it's either we're able to sustain the interest in the STEM discipline or we weaken people's interest as far as the STEM is concerned. What is our problem? Our problem is this. Why do some students who have offered elective science at the senior high school, when moving to university, they rather prefer to choose non-STEM disciplines? Why is this the case? So this is what we chose to actually look at. Why this attrition? Why are they moving away? They did science. We've invested so much in them for the 3 years at the senior high school. Unfortunately, when they are going to the tertiary universities, they say, no way, we want to turn our back. If you look at research that has been done on STEM in Ghana, basically they focus on STEM teaching, aspirations, careers, but we have not gotten any study that is focusing on why people who have studied science at the senior high school are leaving to pursue other programs when they enter the university. This is a gap, and this gap, we thought it wise to delve into it. These are our objectives that we try to examine. So our aim was to examine how science teaching quality and also school-based learning experiences influence former senior high school general science students transition from STEM to non-STEM university programs in Ghana here. So we want to examine the experiences of science teaching and conceptual support that they had when they were in senior high school. We also want to explore the influence of the practical learning opportunities and science learning resources that were available to them when they were in the senior high school. We also want to examine the role of STEM career guidance and pathway exposure that they had when they were in the senior high school, and also want to interpret how these experiences that they had relate to their engagement, their confidence, and their STEM persistence or attrition. So these were our objectives. Basically, 2 theories underpin this study. One was the conceptual change perspective. The other one was social cognitive career theory. We've explained this one in depth in our paper, but because I have just 10 minutes, and I'm sure by now I've done some 5 minutes, please let's move on to what we really did as far as the methodology is concerned. We chose to use a qualitative case study design because we wanted to get in-depth understanding why these people are running away. So we chose 20 students and we used a purposive sampling method technique to pick these 20 former senior high school general science graduates who are now in the university here, but they've chosen to pursue other non-STEM programs. And once we've gotten them, we use a semi-structured interview, and we're looking at, in our instruments, we look among other things, the experiences, the resources that were available to them, STEM career exposure that they had when they were in the senior high school, among others. But what did we get when we had this in-depth interview? When we did our systematic analysis, there were 4 key drivers that actually came out from our interviews. We realized that, one, for many of them, they are saying that the kind of science lessons they had when we were in the senior high schools were basically teacher-centered. And it was also exams-oriented. I remember one saying that for the physics, the chemistry, the biology, the teachers, when they come to class, they read the notes. You copy the notes. Then after you have copied the notes, it will be explained. Whether you get it or not, it ends there. But they will always guide you to be able to solve past questions. So you see, the note that they are giving you, there are other years past questions in it. So as you are learning, reading the notes, you are trying to see whether you can find answers to these past questions in the notes that you've been given. Whether you understand it or not, you try and then solve the questions, because at the end of the day, it is the person that the teachers are interested in. Some were also of the view that insufficient instructional support. Sometimes, yes, the teacher has explained the thing in the note. The student do not get it. But when you go back and you want to get help, help will not come. Either you have to go and see your friend, because the teacher will not go over for only you. You have only 2 hours in the week to teach that entire topic. So there will be no time for you. Then there was another theme that also we found out was there was limited practical experiences and resources. Many of the participants were of the view that when it comes to practicals or practical session, which is supposed to complement the theories, usually if you are fortunate, the teacher might demonstrate it to you. That's if you are fortunate. But on several occasions, the practicals are found in the textbook. So you read the textbook, you look at the observations in the textbook, and you also look at the findings in the textbook, and then you move on. And the other one we also saw when we were asking about whether they had any coaching as far as possible STEM career was concerned, what we heard, especially in year 1, that we are introduced to a few in the curriculum. However, apart from that, there is nothing more to be given. So based on what we've seen, then we can say that it is not just a single thing that is pushing these people to leave the STEM. However, we have cumulative reasons that is attributing to this. The examination-oriented teaching is affecting them, not getting any help from the institutions when they are struggling, and the restricted practical experiences is also affecting them. And when you look at the curriculum that they are using to teach the science, whether it is the basic school, that is from the basic 1 to basic 6, or the junior high school, if you look at the aims, we are told that the teaching philosophy is that they should use the inquiry approach. Inquiry approach, which means that students will be able to ask the how, the why, and the which, and whatever. They should explore. Unfortunately, what is in the curriculum is different from what our teachers are doing. Practical experiences are limited. And when it comes to exposure to STEM careers, they are also not getting any better guidance as far as this is concerned. Now, in conclusion, what are we saying? Now, we are saying that the STEM maturation is not only a question of who enters science, but also what happens to students after they enter the STEM pipeline. We want to remember the basket. The things that are going into the basket, we want to retain it, and if possible, even add more. We are expanding access, but unfortunately, they complete the senior high school after we have invested so much in them, and then they shift to other non-science programs. So we want to see how best we can shift so that we'll be able to retain those we are having at the senior high school and be able to transition them smoothly into the tertiary education system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to the presenters. Let us give them just a round of applause. So I think it's time for questions. I would like the presenter, if you could take your chair, not the bigger chair, it's too heavy, the smaller one. Then you go in front so that we can be able to ask you questions. They must go up so that we can be able to see them. Okay, you must take this one. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I think the chairs are enough now. So, okay, colleagues, we had heard from the authors. So, in terms, there are 6 authors. Some of them, there are more than one in a paper. So, therefore, but the people who are in front of us who are representing the other authors is you. So, therefore, what I will ask, just opening the question, then you must say your question is directed to which author.
I came to meet the second presenter, so looking at the leke skills you had, how many were they? The leke skills? 5. Yeah, I wanted to see the arrangements you had in order to inform your data analysis. Okay. The third, Dr. Nkabari, right, or Prof? Okay. From your framework, I realized 4 relationships with how you drew your framework, but you addressed only 3. So maybe you would have to give me some clarification on that. And then Isaac. You made the point that we can't borrow what has been done outside for our context. But I want to find out, we are using cars they are using. We are burning like they are burning. You said with our context, the emission is very low, however, very impactful. So if we can't, why this data? Again, aren't we using EV here? EV cars here. We are, right? Does that not contribute to that emission we are talking about? The EV cars. Mr. William Utu. the population ensemble. You used a survey, which the literature tells us, quantitative approach for that matter. And over the years, we've been going through Craigie and Morgan. Recently, in 2020, we had Adam from University of Cape Coast also bringing in his table. We know for quality's sake, if you are using these designs, you must go strictly by what they demand. Along the line, I heard you say we use 60. What was the exact population that made you use 60? Why then did you decide to cut the sample to 30-30 when there is approved number of respondents to use in such research designs? And was the objective of the SIP achieved? Because you said it's coming to an end very soon. Dr. Nketia, you said your participants are moving away from STEM education. Wants to find out, whatever they are doing, are they not linked to STEM education? We still have teacher-oriented and then examination-oriented practices in our schools. What do you think should be done to improve us so that we will liaise away from these practices that we have in our various schools? Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I think it's just a mouthful of question from one. I think let me just allow an opportunity just to answer. Then I think, ma'am, I just want to ask you a question with regard to the entrepreneurship. So, I mean, what is your take? Because in most universities, the people who are teaching entrepreneurship, they've never even run a $1,000 small anyana shop or company, but they're teaching students to say they must be entrepreneurs. So, I mean, how do you marry that? It's like politicians, they've never worked, they've never done anything in life. They say they're going to create work, they're going to create jobs, so, but they've never run any company. I'm saying, how do you bridge that gap in terms of that? And then I think if I can ask a question with regard to the emission. I mean, why in Africa are we concerned about emission so much? Our contribution is actually so minimum. And if you look at China, if you look at developed countries, most of them, there's no country that's developed through renewable energy. Countries that develop through fossil fuel or in terms of nuclear. But in Africa, why are we so obsessed? If you're looking at the contribution of China alone, it's not even a quarter of what you contribute in terms of that. So I just want to pick your brain in terms of that. Because it's hiding, yeah.
Okay, to the first question. Okay, no problem. Thank you for the question. So you're trying to say the framework was tailored to just three of my... No. Exactly, the hypothesis, yeah. We have three hypotheses. We have the direct hypothesis. Then we have the two indirect hypotheses, that is measuring the mediation. But in the type of framework, we had four relationships, maybe probably in the process of explaining. Because there was the one we tried to explain that we have the EM that moves to that is where we're trying to explain the HCT theory. I mean, when we are trying the socio-cognitive theory that we have when it comes to personal factor, it moves to environment, then we have the behavior. Now, these three factors affect individual. That the rate at which you interact with your environment, it determines who you are. So those ones they are trying to tell you, your personal factors has to do with your entrepreneurial mindset. That's an arrow. Then it goes to the ELB. We have your environment, which is the learning environment. Then the last one, your behavior. The moment these three interact, it tries as much as possible to impact your psychological outcome. While the last thing was just trying, the HTC was just trying to see that this does not explain the resources, the accumulation of resources. So that leads to the last variable, which is just trying to say, if we are able to build capacities, human capacities in individual, it tends to give them the opportunity, the confidence, and the competencies to be self-perceived, to have a kind of self-perceived employability goal. Looking at those four things, we are able to explain the 4 arrows. Hope I actually got. So to my prof, he said, that's the major problem we are having now. Looking at our institutions, we realize that it's more of practicals. Most things they taught in school is just practicals, it's just theory. So we are not preparing the student, the undergraduates for the labor market. That's why this study came in, that even when we believe that entrepreneurship can boost employability, it is not helping out. We see even students with first class, they're outside there. Their certificate, nothing to write home about. Even we have some doctors, they don't have a job. Even lawyers, they don't have. They will now question, what is wrong with our university? Was it not last week or 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine said, please help my girl to get a job. I said, a lawyer. Does lawyer look for a job? Because I was so surprised that why would you study such and at the end of the day you won't have a job? So we realized that there is a missing link there. And the missing link is just about the mindset. That even teaching entrepreneurship alone does not solve the problem. We need to work on the psychological makeup of individual, which has to do with their mindset, to wake up their cognitive factors and ensure that it translates to psychological outcomes. Then we introduce educational quality. Because one of the problems is just the quality of the education. Even if we believe students should learn, what about our institution? We just realized that they need to make it more practical. They have to let them work. Despite the fact that they are teaching, it must be hands-on. It must as more practical. And even in that process, they should be introduced to the labor market in a kind of career development. In University of Lagos, though we might not get there, we are not there, but we are trying to make sure that those things are more practical. In the sense that even when they're teaching entrepreneur, they try as much as possible that they have practical sections for the students. And even they're given awards. Even we have some of the ARWA programs is a kind of the entrepreneurship and the agenda we have in University of Lagos. So at the end of the day, a kind of incubation will be organized. You see, you present and you have awards for that. At the end of some, we have them, we send them abroad for practicals, for so many things. So it's a problem that we're having. And the government are helping out, but I think we are still not there. Whereas we still have some institutions trying to meet up with the demand. But I know one day we'll definitely get there. And the only way we can get there is just to target the psychological mindset and the psychological outcome of individual. Then we'll enrich our education quality, which will try as much as possible to make entrepreneurship to be more robust. Thank you.
And I think that is where the career counseling comes in. That is where the career counseling comes in, because it helps a student to know the particular career that he or she fits in, because the counselor is there to help the student to know his capability, because a lawyer that cannot get a job it means that directly or indirectly, the lawyer, maybe even as he's studying the law as a course, it is not, some people will say that it is not his calling. So, because I believe that if really the lawyer, the students knew what he studied in the university, then getting himself attached to a law firm will not be very, very difficult, will not be difficult for the student. So I think it still boils down in helping the students to develop or understand their capability or capacity. Thank you very much.
Okay, please, thank you. I think I was asked about African countries contribute low to global emission. So why the focus on carbon emission? I think you also asked about the emission and the intensity. The reason why we should focus on emission is that I stated in my presentation that African countries, we contribute low to global carbon emission. However, we have the highest carbon intensity. The energies that we use in Africa are dirty energies. They are not clean. For instance, the outmoded vehicles in the US and the UK, where do they dump it? The ozone layer, when these fumes and this dust, where does it go to? The air. Is it not air pollution? That is air pollution for us. Now, you will remember that, I think 2 years ago, the government, in a way to also use fiscal policies to protect this, the government, through its budget, made it tax-free for the importation of electric vehicles. So you will realize that our mother and women who sells on the street, what do they use to cook their food? Most of them rely on firewood. Why? And charcoal. These are also contributors to emission. That if case, that is why we said they have high carbon, we have high carbon intensity. However, the contribution is low. You also made a point that the findings from the advanced economies, why am I saying we cannot situate it here? The answer is simple. It's a geographical gap. And once it's a geographical gap, the economic structures in China, the level of industrialization in China, and economic activities in China cannot be compared to the ones in Africa. And what I said about was the theoretical direction. We have, since yesterday, we have been talking about theory without putting it into practice. So if we had relied on this theoretical assumption, you agree with me that we might be thinking energy taxes can help mitigate carbon emission, as those findings that were found evident in the advanced economies. But you realize that in the advanced economies, the findings was relevant. It was able to curb emission because they have reinvested these revenues into renewable energies. So when these taxes are even imposed, which makes it expensive to emit, emitters switch to available alternatives, thereby reducing the cost. What happened in the findings? It was positive, suggesting that fossil fuel is an inelastic commodity in the region, meaning that there is no close substitute, there is no available substitute. So when we even increase the cost to emit by imposing taxes, emitters will still emit. It's like the water we are taking. If you increase it to 2 cedis a day, and I'm able to consume 3 bottles of water, I will not say because the price has increased, I should reduce the quantity of water I consume. So that is also that. So in a way, I was just trying, the study was telling us that we cannot rely on the fiscal policies adopted elsewhere, even though they are good, but we must complement them with alternatives to fossil fuel. How do we complement them?
is by the revenue that were generated through the imposition of taxes to be rechanneled into or reinvested into renewable energy sources, so that when these taxes in a way in the near future grows up, which becomes difficult, these emitters will switch to available alternatives, thereby promoting sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the population and the design, yeah, I indicated that we chose 2 regions, Eastern and Greater Accra. I stand to be corrected. Greater Accra have around 50 government-assisted secondary schools. So using 30 out of 50, I think is fair. Then Eastern is a bit on the higher side. It's almost getting to 90. I stand to be corrected too. I said it was a pre-exit study. They will completely exit the system, as I said, for this month ending, and for those in transitional schools in September. So after that, a wider study can be done, as I indicated on the recommendation. You also asked as to whether what the TIT, or that's the SIPs, set out to achieve, whether they have been able to achieve. I would say they have achieved part of it. As I said, for documentation now, almost all the secondary schools are able to document certain activities, especially when it comes to the vision and the mission and the aims. So you go to the secondary school, they are visibly displayed in their school, and it's part of the leadership practices achievement that TTL set out. When it comes to teachers' attendance of PLC and other things, because they are documented, teachers attend. But the critical question is as to whether the teachers attend the professional learning activity, which is a unit of the SIP, the School Improvement Plan, as to whether they attend it for the fact that they want to be part of the system that drives the school is a question to answer. For documentation's sake, you go to the school and let's say 50 teachers are in the school, PLC attendance 45%. But as to whether their presence at the section can drive the system that we are seeking to achieve is another question that we can look at as we go forward. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Just like, rightly like Dr. Eshen said, the Christian Morgan gives a minimum sample per literature, then Yamin. So he was asking that the figure you got, whether that was a minimum. But he said you think 30 is fair. If you can get a theoretical justification, that would be fine. Than to say it's fair, at least if you can back it to literature, that although the minimum says maybe 40, you decided to maybe select 20. So there should be a theoretical justification for going below the minimum. Thank you so much. Prof, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you for, I think I considered earlier on that the number doesn't represent what it should have been. I think I considered that. Even it was part of the presentation. So that one.
Thank you very much for your question. Your question has to do with the scale. Yes, my instrument was a 5-point Likert scale, ranging from strongly agree, neutral, disagree, and then strongly disagree. Neutral. 3.
Thank you very much for that. But what I wanted to say is, at some point, it was actually even recommended that we remove that column of neutral. Because what we want are definite responses. Why would we belabor ourselves, including the neutral column where people are undecided? We want to get the actual responses to what we are looking for. And then this one for pollution, Prof, I just want to take it once. Thank you. So I wanted to say that, you see, the issue of low emissions in Africa, we need to consider that prevention is better than cure. Immediately we relax and say, our emissions are low and so we can do whatever. You find that before we realize it, when was the last test to check on our emissions in Africa? You may realize that it's already going up elsewhere. It's already more than what it was in the last research. I don't know, Prof, about that. Thank you.
No, okay, it's fine. I just, on the issue of emission, why I was asking the issue of emission is around, if you look at China, they develop through fossil fuel. That's how to drive industrialization. You can't drive, I always say, give me one country that have industrialized through renewable energy. So then, in a way, it becomes expensive. If you look in countries like South Africa now, the power of electricity is driving company out of business because we're going to the route of renewable energy. So therefore, the issue is, as we need to balance China's strategy, they industrialize fossil fuel. After that, what they've done now, when they've reached the highest level of industrialization, they're talking about renewable energy. At first, when they're industrializing, renewable energy was not there. I'm just saying, in Africa, to me, there's a thinking that you must have to say, can you drive those big industrialization with renewable energy?
Yes, that is why the study argued that Africa is in its early stages of industrialization due to the fact that due to the unemployment issues and other economic issues in Africa, Africa wants to develop through industrialization. But however, this development through industrialization is difficult. But we are in the early stages of doing it. Even though we can't compare ourselves to those in the advanced economies like the US and the others. So once Doc was saying that it is better we prevent it than to cure, then as we have the intention of developing through industrialization, then as we are promoting it, what will be the consequence of it in the mix of the tax and the emission with the industrialization influencing it? So that was the direction of the paper.
Okay. So he asked two questions. Dr. Shen, your first question was, what can we do so that we move from the teacher-centered approach to the learner-centered approach, right? A wise man once said, a student is not greater than his master. In fact, anyone who is perfectly taught will be like his teacher. So I think it starts with you, Dr. Shen, and then myself. 3 days ago, here on UG campus, I was teaching level 400 class. These are people who are going to teach science. And we were talking about how we can apply the aims in our curriculum and be able to implement what the curriculum wants from us. Then the student said what he said. Doc, but in the schools we are being posted to, the resources are not there. So how can we be able to teach in a way that the learners will be able to see what we want them to get? Then I asked him, You don't have any excuse. I said, what phone are you using? You are using iPhone. I'm even using old Samsung. So I asked him to pick his phone. He picked it. So the entire class, now we all have to move and then see how we can make the science more practical. So we were going to explore. We were going to explore simple circuit diagrams. They say if you connect a resistor to any component in a circuit, the resistor retards or slows down flow of current to that component. Right? They said, Koli. So now we are going to get a simulation app. We went online, we just used a PHET, P-H-E-T, simulation app. They all went there and we started. We bought that circuit, we just attached a resistor to a bulb. Now increase the resistance of the resistor. Once they increase the resistance of the resistor, they realize that the brightness of the bulb continue to dim. They come and see the car. So, but this one, you have to come and be explaining all these things to you. So it starts with you, it starts with me. We the educators, we the trainer of trainers, we must do our part. When we teach these young ones well, when they also get there, they're able to do a good job. Now your second question you asked me. Okay, because of time, so please we end it.
But there was an issue on the floor that needed to be attended to. Okay.
Okay, colleagues, thanks so much. I think they say lunch is ready. If you can just give them just a round of applause. I shall thank so much for your time and your efforts. Highly appreciated. Thank you.
Prof. Chair, with your kind indulgence, we have altered the program a little bit. We're supposed to have the panel discussion, but lunchtime is ready. So we want to have the lunch, then come for the panel discussion. So please, participants and presenters, faculty, please, the lunch is ready. So if we can please move to the eatery area where we can have our lunch. Thank you.